This is not good. I get so frustrated with this crazy thing. What is going on? Wait a minute. Hello, hello. Oh well. Gotta switch to the crappy mic. What can I do? Alright. This is not good. I get so frustrated with this crazy thing. What is going on? Wait a minute. Hello, hello. Oh well. Gotta switch to the crappy mic. What can I do? Alright. So it didn't work. I thought I had this problem fixed, and now it's broken again. What else is new? Alright. So it didn't work. I thought I had this problem fixed, and now it's broken again. Okay. I am pretty confident that you can hear me, and I'll just have to yell at this stupid webcam because my audio setup has failed yet again. And I had it working, I was so happy, and now it's broken again. I don't know what it is. It's got to be this stupid computer. For some reason, I can't get this USB adapter to work. I need to find one that is actually halfway decent. So it's just another thing I have to deal with. Well, anyway, let me catch these comments and let me just scroll down here, make sure that you can hear me. So we'll go ahead and, okay, it's got, yeah. All right, so we can hear you. Okay, so let me go to the top here and see who was the first. And, all right, let me go to the other scene. All right, now it should work. Ugh, frickin' anyway, I've just been stepping through. Okay, kick up volume, yes. Better with crap mic. Sound okay now. Okay, so that was good. Whoops. And now it's bad. Yes. Well, in my channel, when you're working with stuff you got from the dump. Oh, here we go. Main runner is here. Lexus Jones is here. Awesome. And I sent you a chat, Rick. You may not have seen it. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it yet. Gone. Lost audio again. Yes. It's gone again. Oh no, no sound. Yeah, it's a scene thing. Sound totally out. All right, no sound, Rick. Don't get to hear his comments on my weird posts. Well, you catch him, or Rick either. There you go. Howdy, no sound. Hey, Rick, we can't hear you. And Peter is here. Papa Carnivore, he's just talking away. Yes, no sound, no sound. Do I need to call the Rick Party line to listen in? Can he see the faces floating? All right. He's forcing us to read lips. Iguana, iguana, iguana. I put CC on. There you go. These comments are, I think the Muscovy duck has had enough iguana the past 2 days. Milton got his tongue. That was cool seeing Rick catching that. Yes. And no sound. We have not heard a word. Yes. I know. Your mic don't work. Yeah, I know. It's okay. There we go. So we'll just step through here. Finally, we have sound. Yes, we have sound. It is working again. It's not great, but it does work. It was gone for 6 minutes straight. Oh boy. I can hear now very low though. And that's the problem with this mic that I have on the computer, and I am so frustrated. I was so happy that I fixed it yesterday. Now it's broken again. Which really I hate. Hate it. Ugh, can't stand it. So Josephine C, howdy quack man, and can hear Iguana Man again. Yes, Couch Potato. Yes, you can hear the Iguana Man again. And good morning from Ponte Verde Beach, Joey Vorquish. I hear you now, yes. And here we have our new viewer, Dania Farias. I'm not sure where that's from, but I'm glad that you're here. I mentioned it before, but you couldn't hear me because my sound was messed up. Anyway, let me explain what's going on. I normally use my vintage mic, which by the way, I tested, works perfectly. The microphone works beautifully. And if you look at my mixer, it works perfectly too. So let me take the camera over to the mixer. Now, you notice how when I talk into it, I have full audio. This microphone works perfectly. However, in the back of the computer, there is this little USB adapter. And this piece of total garbage has been torturing me for a couple of weeks now. For months, I had perfect audio, no problems. And the stupid thing decided to crap out on me. Now, let me see what my sound sounds like on the other display. Hold on. Okay, why is it not working? There we go. Has been torturing me for a couple of weeks now. For months, I had perfect audio, no problems. And the stupid thing decided to crap out on me. Okay, so much for my trademark microphone. I got to yell pretty loud for this piece of garbage to hear me, but I'm doing the best I can. Now, this is the problem. I need to find some kind of USB. These stupid computers they make nowadays, they make me so angry. They are so cheap. They don't even put a microphone input in the computer anymore. They have a little built-in mic in some of them, and I thought about opening up the computer, cutting that wire, and running it straight to the mixer. Now, I may end up doing that because I don't know what else to do. I am so frustrated with the audio issues. But anyway, what I will do, hopefully, is find a permanent solution so I don't have to yell and struggle with this piece of junk. All right, so let's get back to the comments. Fanatics Gaming, the Iguana Ducks Judge. Uh-oh. Okay. How many meals does 3-foot iguana yield? Well, it gave me dinner. That was about it. So, and it was a little bit of a light dinner. It wasn't a heavy dinner. You can eat iguana skin? Yes, you can. And if you deep fry it, it is crispy. The problem is iguana skin straight from the iguana is going to be like leather. So you have to boil your iguana first, and then you can deep fry it. Normally, I just boil the iguana pieces before I fry them, but that's okay. All right, let's see. Might be, I think it's not a farty animal. Well, I've never seen iguana fart. You must mean fatty. Okay. And I sent you the answer to Laptop Rick. All right, well, let me check that out. Um, I haven't checked my email. I was just so happy that I fixed the problem, and then now it's crapped out on me again. Why do you do that, you piece of junk? All right, let's see. Um, Text message. All right. If you want my computer laptop. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Okay. So, evidently, Julia has offered to send me a better laptop. So I will accept that offer, and hopefully by the next week, I will have better audio. So we're going to fix that. This is one of the great things about this YouTube community. I mean, I don't want to go and saddle everybody with my problems. And I'm not really that bad off. I mean, thankfully, I don't have any debt. But the thing is, my income is crap. I think this week I made a total of $400, which isn't a lot of money, but it's better than nothing. I spend about $400 a month in eating. I've had to cut back on beef. I've gone down to 2 pounds of beef per week because I can no longer afford the overpriced crap. And I've had to do more foraging. I've had 2 iguanas this week, and I'll probably have another one because this morning when I went for my walk, I got my hands on another iguana. I've got him in the file cabinet right now. If I get a chance, I may grab him and show him to you on camera so you can see. In fact, I might be able to use the mobile camera with the mobile phone, and I can take you outside and I can show you my next iguana that I'm going to cook. So thanks to the iguanas, I've been able to get more meat. I hit the dumpster. I got some more dumpster chicken, and I have some frozen pork in the freezer that I've been eating. So I'm good, even though I haven't been able to eat as much beef as I'd like to. I would normally eat 2 pounds of beef per day. But the problem is I just I can't afford it. I don't have the money. Sorry. Now, once I sell this dump and I don't have to pay $9,000 in property tax on a piece of garbage that's ready to collapse, then I'll have more money. And then hopefully I'll be in the country. I'll be able to raise some of my own food. I'll be able to have my ducks, maybe some chickens, and I might even start raising iguanas. If I move to a part of Florida that's not already infested by iguanas, I may bring some with me and ruin the neighborhood. But that's okay. In this entire neighborhood around here, I have basically controlled the iguana population very effectively. Between the crossbow and the few times when I catch one, plus the roadkill that I've picked up, I was calculating I must have eaten several hundred iguanas. Yes, it's a lot of iguanas. All right, let's see here. Main Runner says I met a 4-foot iguana in the parking lot of the post office in Key West once. I named him Dino. Well, there you go. That's pretty good. Yes, it is. And you know, we have some great people here. I mean, I can name already 5 that have helped me out, and I've named them before. So that's always a good thing. Touch that iguana. Well, I got my hands on the iguanas whenever I can. And I'm already salivating thinking of delicious iguana lunch. I love iguana. It's delicious. You know, they talk about these cravings. I've had some serious iguana cravings. So that is one of those things that you know you got to be careful with. All right, so let's see here. Yes, thanks for helping Rick out. Well, I appreciate it for sure. We will all appreciate it. Yes. Did you have days when you don't eat, or do you fast? I try not to. If I'm not able to eat, that means that I'm starving. I don't practice fasting. The only time that I fast is between the time I finish dinner and the time I have breakfast, which is usually dinner I have generally by 7, And then breakfast is going to be like, I would say 7 to 8. He only fasts when he sleeps. Yes, that is correct. That's the only time that I fast. The male one was like, yes, that's right. People are shocked when they see me grabbing iguanas or ducks. Sometimes I'll have a duck. I grab the duck. I'm holding it. Trying to ride a bike while holding a duck is not easy. And I'll get the duck like right here on my side. I have to keep his rear end out so he doesn't poop, on me. And then I'll bring him home. Usually I'll use the burlap bag because I can stuff the duck in the bag and then just put the bag on the handlebars. But when you eat a duck, basically ducky goes straight to the fattening area. With an iguana, usually the iguana will go to a cage. Sometimes I'll fatten the iguana. I do have an iguana out there now that I gave some hibiscus to, so I'm going to start fattening him up. But he's going to be at lunch, so I haven't given him any hibiscus right now, but that's okay. Iguanas are cold-blooded. They can go a long time without food. All right. I think the people who need to fast are the guys with fats. Yes. Anyone that has extra body fat, I think, does very well if they can learn to fast because it'll train your body to not rely on eating all the time, and it'll start running on fat. And if your body has a lot of fat on it, that's great. Now, I have a little bit of fat, but I don't have a lot. I mean, obviously, my face is not. I'm not sunken. I'm not like that. A lot of the skinny people, especially the vegans I know, their skin is like shrunk down. My face tends to be sort of full. My skin is not, I mean, I'm thin, but I'm not that thin. I have 14% body fat around there. I'm not like the ribs sticking out. I don't have my back sticking out. My bones don't really show. I'm not that skinny, but I call myself skinny because I'm lean. I'm about 195 to 200 pounds, and I'm 6'6", so I'm very, very, very thin. But then again, I don't consider myself to be anorexic or extremely unhealthy. All right, so let's see. Reset the body. Yeah, reset the body to normal, exactly. And Amy says this community is so generous, as are you. Amy was nice enough to send me a gift card, which I have been able to use to get some delicious food. And it was great because I had to spend money. I only made $400 in the week. The stupid Bobcat muffler broke, so I went ahead and I bought a new one. It's about $107. It's supposed to be coming today. So once the muffler gets here today, hopefully later on I'll be installing it in the Bobcat, and I'm going to continue attacking my garage so I can get the parts to fix my truck. Now, I would love to have my truck fixed to drive up to Tampa next month, but I don't know. I don't know how bad the engine is really. I may get lucky and I may be able to install it in a week, or it may turn out to be a problem. Plus, my truck has not been on the road except for once since November of 2003. That's 2 years basically sitting. And it's already got electrical issues. Some of the lights weren't working. So I'm going to have to take it apart. Once I get the engine warmed up and running, I think it'll work much better. But anyway, and Lewis is here. I was impressed with Rick riding the bike back home with the iguana. Yes, and I do that all the time. I think a lot of times people think that I'm making up these stories about the iguana and the ducks and all that, but I'm serious. Everything that I tell you is the truth. It's just a lot of times I don't have the camera with me. I go dumpster diving. I'm the extreme. And you'll notice that I am not the popular one in the carnivore community. The really popular membership only groups do not bring me in. They want nothing to do with me. They consider me to be PNG, persona non grata. I think because they don't want people going, well, if I get on this carnivore diet and I do it for a really long time, I might end up like that Rick. Oh, but then again, I was actually kind of impressed because on Monday on the Dr. Kilt's Zoom call, they had the Bella lady, and she actually knew who I was. Oh, Rick, is that the one that eats reptiles? Yes, that is Rick. But also, when it comes to popular carnivores, you know who usually mentions me when he has a live stream? That's right, Dr. Sean Baker, who I consider the original carnivore doctor. Yes, I know Saladino was talking about it earlier, but Sean Baker, I think he's been carnivore for 8 or 9 years. So he predates everybody, and he is the ultimate. in terms of what a 58-year-old should look like and should act like. I like his laid back attitude, his energetic nature, great physique. He's intelligent. I like Sean Baker. So the fact that he mentions me in his lives, that's very encouraging. And of course, Dr. Chafee always says hi to me when I'm in his live stream. And when it comes to doctors, who's the one doctor who talks about me the most? We know who that is. Our friend, Dr. Kiltz, or as Mitch calls him, Kiltzy. Yes. So those are three popular people, but the rest of them, they don't care about me, you know. The ones that are out there doing meetups and running around and hanging out with their carnivore friends and looking for money, they don't care anything about the quacker eating iguanas. But anyway, good morning. Good morning to our, well, let's just say deputy in Alabama. Yeah, we got to be careful. We don't want the cops coming down and getting us. I'll go and find that video today. Well, I hope you do. What are your thoughts on eating raw pork liver? I know it's perfectly fine to eat any beef liver. What about that pork one? I would avoid anything raw with pork because pigs are quite dirty and they often carry parasites. Now, I don't know about the ones that are farmed. They're probably shot with antibiotics and anti-parasites. They're probably safe. But I don't eat anything that, well, let's just say produces multiple offspring and eats garbage. I wouldn't eat any part of their body raw. I eat my pork cooked, but yes, I've eaten a lot of beef liver raw. I won't eat any poultry raw. I'd rather cook it. I don't want to take a chance on getting parasites or getting some nasty bacteria. Although they do say that iguanas and ducks carry salmonella, and I've never been sick. ACB, how are you doing today? That's me. I'm doing good. I had the flu this week, and I'll talk a little bit about that. You look very lean. Well, yes, to be honest, I am lean. 14% body fat. And Sandy says thin but strong. Yes, that's the one great thing about me. A lot of times when I'm working, people will come up and they want to help me because they feel sorry for this skinny toothpick picking up heavy items. Then when I pick up their whole couch by myself, they're like, wow, what is that? It's like some kind of superhero. Just getting woke up at 7:23, I sleep later. They shrink to the normal composition of muscle. They probably have low muscle. Well, that is true, and I do notice a lot of people are like that. Now, you'll have to excuse me because some of my bacon is still cooking. Let me grab that while you can look at these comments. All right, let's see here. Ducky, ducky, ducky. Get the iguana. Fresh iguana. I love iguana. Okay. I will return. I will return. Here we go. It's ducky time. Okay. This old towel. The world's dumpiest set. And we got some bacon here, so I want to finish my bacon. It's delicious. I like my bacon a little bit soft. I don't like it too crispy, especially if they're sedentary. Yes. And I think a lot of people are killing themselves by being sedentary. There's another channel. The guy's not carnivore, but I think it's called I Am Longevity. And they were talking about how when you don't use your muscles, the connection between the nerves and muscles dies off and it can't be recovered. And I've seen this. It's like when my mother became sick, became bedridden, that was it. There was no getting out of that. And that's why when people have a stroke and they're kind of stuck for a while, they'll never be exactly the same as they were. Now, our friend Mitch, he's doing his best to reverse that process, but I don't think he ever will. I don't think Mitch is going to be out there running around. You don't see an 80-year-old running around like a 20-year-old. That is absolutely impossible. However, a person who was active all those 80 years is going to be a lot faster and a lot stronger than someone who was not. So you could be a 40-year-old who's sedentary and be in worse shape than an 80-year-old who's always active. It's like anything else. The old thing, use it or lose it, entropy and all that stuff. And I think it's very important that you do keep moving. And healthy people want to move. I mean, when I get the flu, I may sit down for a while, but it's like sort of comes and goes. So I get times when I'm just tired. I don't want to do anything, and I'll sit on the couch or lay in the bed. And then after an hour of resting, I get that urge to get up and do something. And I'll go outside and do a little yard work. I'll trim some bushes, maybe pick up some trash, take things apart. Then I get tired again and go back. It's like back and forth. I didn't ride my bike for 3 days because I was dealing with the flu. But then as of yesterday, I felt so good, I had to ride the bike. And in fact, not only did I ride my bike, but when I got to the canal, I saw a delicious iguana, and I was debating, should I catch it or should I let it go? And it tried to get in the fence. It couldn't get through the fence. I was like, that's it, Rick. Get him, get him, get him. He's there for you. And that's what I did. How did you kill the iguana? Very, very simple. I took a knife and I went right into its head. That's how I killed the iguana. To avoid adrenaline meat. Well, the reptiles generally don't get tough from adrenaline. Birds do, and animals do. So usually the ducks, I have an automatic duck guillotine that removes their head. And that's it. So that's pretty good. Now, Lewis says they talk about you in SBG. Well, SBG is a closed group, so I have no idea what they talk about. Hopefully when they talk about me, they're saying good things and not bad things. You are famous, Rick. Well, I think we all are kind of famous in a way. And speaking of famous, there's our goose farmer, Aaron, Booby Goats. And yes, if you like noisy animals and crazy kids, that's the channel you want to check out. She usually has a live later today. And of course, Thomas usually has a live around 4 today. So we cannot do these 12-hour live streams anymore. But I think 4-hour live stream is plenty for us. You'll get tired of me after a while, and that's good. He probably fed it a bunch of olive flour and almond milk and killed it with cyanide. Well, there you go. I'm a big fan of Rick. Next is Dr. Chafee. Not really a fan of Dr. Ken Berry. Well, you know what? I agree with you there. The reason I'm not a fan of Dr. Ken Berry is not because I don't like Dr. Ken Berry. It's because Dr. Ken Berry is unapproachable. When he has a live, you have 1,500 people in the live, and the comments are scrolling by. The guy is too much in demand. He doesn't need me. I don't mess with him. Now, if I knew him as a person, okay, yes, Dr. Chafee has a lot of people in his chat. I'm a moderator in his chat. So why do I like Dr. Chafee? Well, because he still says hi to me. You know, when he first started out, we interacted. So I was there in the beginning. And in a way, it's the same thing with Dr. Baker because Dr. Baker has a lot of people too. But in the beginning, when he wasn't that popular, I interacted with him. And so those two I do have a connection with. But maybe if I met Dr. Berry in person, maybe when I go up to Hack Your Health, he may say hi to me, but I'm not going to go out of my way to say hi to him. I'm sure there'll be a ton of people surrounding him. But if I do say hi to him, great. But you can only really know about 50 people. Once you've gotten to the point where you have hundreds of people chasing you around, you're not going to remember anybody. I'm sure that Dr. Berry has no idea who in the world I am. Maybe there was a passing comment about a guy that eats iguanas, but that's about it. Okay. Anisha said she saw my Avengers series. Okay. Well, I think his wife is probably more interactive because she's not quite as much in demand. But they are a team, and that's good. And we have some hellos here. Anthony is here. Well, that's great. And Main Runner, hi Aaron. Morning Amy and Donna. And there's Tom. Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden. It's the Milton channel with that Rick guy that Milton lets stay in his house. Well, that's correct. And again, if you haven't seen his channel, he's got about 30,000 people in the channel, and it's not a carnivore channel, although he is a carnivore himself. Carnivore with some plant material. He's had several strokes. He still has to deal with blood pressure issues and other problems because, again, when you've lived a lifestyle where you're overweight and smoking and doing all these things, you're going to do damage to your body that can't be reversed. But at least he's been able to stop it and maybe reverse a little bit of it and still doing things. And just like me, he doesn't talk about carnivore diet all the time. You'll see him working on cars and doing other things, and that's good. And he also sent me the parts to fix my phone system. So again, another one of our great supporters on the channel. And Amy says, cook your dumpster chicken, folks. There you go. You know what Mitch says? Drink it if you got it. Well, I say cook it if you got it. That's the Rick thing. And hi to CB. Liverwurst and such are usually pork liver. Yes, that is true. Do iguanas bite? Yes, iguanas do bite, and they have a very strong bite force. I've never been bitten by an iguana, but I've seen when they bite onto branches and stuff like that, I've seen them eat fruit. They're like a mini alligator. You do not want to put your finger in there. Hey there, I imagine they bite and don't let go and it causes bad infections. Yes, because they're full of nasty bacteria. That's why I cook all my iguanas. You need to put a head camera, Rick, catching iguana. Well, it could happen. It could definitely happen. And here's another one of our hardcore carnivores, Mark Harmon. Hiya, Rick. Hello. Good to see you here as always. And I'm glad, again, love the long-term carnivores, the ones that keep themselves in good shape as you get older. There's no excuse for someone in their 50s or 60s to be unhealthy, unattractive, and just waiting to die. You should be pretty strong into your 70s, I would think. Maybe 80s, depending on the person. No one's going to be in great shape at 100. I can guarantee that. But at least if you're able to do things, you're able to move around, your mind works, that's great. So glad you're here, and always, and let's see, Braunschweiger is a pork liver. Okay, so that's a little bit different, yes. I could be the piggy justice, pork justice. I got the flu and fasted for 3 days. Automatically my mind said, and was reading Bible after that. Didn't become the same anymore. I went to the sun too. What I did, when I was catching the flu, and again, I didn't have all the meat that I wanted, I was eating pork. I added sauerkraut to it for a few days. I think 3 days I had sauerkraut. It makes a difference. All right. No. No raw chicken or duck. They're small animals. They're easy to contaminate when you kill them. And they tend to eat a lot of whatever. So I don't do the raw chicken or duck. Now, if I was preparing the animal myself, for example, now I do parking lot chicken. I do boil the chicken to pluck the feathers. Same thing with the duck. I guess I could, technically. I might do an experiment. What I might do is when I get a decent microscope again, I may take samples of the meat, see if there's any parasites. And if there's no parasites, I may try some raw chicken or duck. But the commercial stuff, I wouldn't even dare. I would not put my health at risk in any way. Okay. Weird, I didn't get notification for this live. I double checked notification on. This has happened to me with a lot of channels. I don't know why. And Peter is on his morning walk. Well, that's great. Glad that you're here. And let's see. We are waiting for your next dating experience. You got to top Rick's iguana score. Well, there you go. You should be a moderator for Philip Ovadia's channel promoting heart attack diet. Well, I'm working on my heart attack right now with fatty bacon. That will be hard to do. Yep. Yes, it can. But if you grab it by the tail, that's the trick. Now you got to be very careful. If you grab the end of the iguana's tail, they can break. And then you'll lose the iguana. They can grow their tail back again like any lizard. The problem is, when you grab the iguana, you can actually feel the tail stretching. You can feel that little, it's like a little vibration. If that happens, you have to set the iguana down and choke down on the grip. You want to get closer to the body. Now, there's a problem. If you get too close to the body of the iguana, it can flip around and bite you. So you got to leave at least about 8 inches if you can. That way, when the iguana tries to bend around, it's not going to be able to get your hand. If you grab it right by the legs, that iguana will bite you. And it can also whip the tail in the other direction. So it's a little bit tricky. But I did show you the technique that I use for carrying iguanas home on a bicycle. It's better with a bag, always better with a bag. But then again, I've had times where I had a large iguana in the bag, I hit a bump, The bag opened and the iguana jumped out. So those things happen. But if you shoot the iguana first and it's dead, then you don't have to worry about it getting out. Okay. Had to carry a girl home by the well, if it's a duck, you get a female duck, they're easy to carry by the tail. I met a fellow carnivore in my city yesterday. He's lost a lot of weight. A mutual friend introduced us, and we went to the same high school. I'm going to try to get him on my channel. Excellent, excellent. I like to see that. Yes, I agree, Peter. Yes, yes, he does. And speaking of hardcore carnivores, I finally got what I wanted to see. Rick chasing iguanas, just like Rocky was chasing chickens. And you should see when I'm by the canal, sometimes I have to run a couple 100 feet, and you're trying to keep the iguana away from the water. So you have to run and then turn direction. That's the thing about catching prey. The normal sprinting, like you do on a track, you start accelerating and you keep going and going. That's not the way that mine is. You have to go quickly, and you have to stop, go around. If you're not good, if you're not, let's say, agile, you will fall. I've had friends out there trying to catch an iguana, and they all fell. And you can see even when somebody tries normal sprinting, a lot of times they'll lose control and fall because they're not used to it. But when you've been chasing parking lot chicken and iguana and duck as long as I have, it's something that's just built into your body. There's no way. I'd like to see some of the other carnivore influencers out there. Can you imagine some of the really popular ones out there chasing iguanas? I I don't see it happening. I see them falling over. You may have to end up carrying them back to the car and having them sit down because they sprained their ankle. But again, this is the advantage of being super skinny. You're being strong and skinny. You don't have a lot of body mass on the upper body. You just skin and bones like me. Your legs are skinny, but they're strong enough to move around. And that's the advantage when you're hunting. Look at these people in Africa that are hunter-gatherers. None of them are bodybuilders. They're all skinny because that's the way that it works. Now, if you're a person that has good resources, you have adequate food, you have adequate rest, then you can take the time, exercise, and build a body that is aesthetically pleasing, that looks like something that you would find in a work of art. But don't expect that body to be out there chasing ducks and iguanas and parking lot chickens, because that's not going to happen. If you catch an iguana, you'll become a fighter. Well, you can be a contender. Well, there you go. Store selling raw milk, 15 bucks a gallon. What the hell? I want to try it out of curiosity. I would be afraid to buy raw milk. I drank a lot of raw milk when I was younger, but I got it straight from the cow. Basically, they give you a stainless steel bucket, and you grab the cow's teats and you draw the milk out. Take it home, pour it through a cheesecloth, put it in the refrigerator, and that's how we got milk. I drank milk until I was 20, and for many of those years, I was able to get it fresh from the dairy down the street. In 1984, when I was in high school, they sold the dairy to a developer, and it is now a shopping center and a bunch of townhouses. Absolutely horrible. My duck had a rotting tissues and organs. Must have gotten a bad duck. Rick and Rocky comparison is funny. Well, there you go. Save your money and buy $15 or meter eggs. That's smart. I like that. This guy a legit iguana killer. Well, I've eaten a lot of iguanas. I think I may be approaching 1,000 iguanas that I've eaten in the last, well, about almost 20 years. I started eating iguana, I think, yeah, it's been 20 years. I think it was 2005 is the first time I ate an iguana. That's when they started to become invasive. And that's it. I thought the same, Peter. There's a tribe in Africa that drinks raw milk. Well, those are the Maasai. They eat meat, drink milk. Yes. I'm not sure you realize how exhilarating that reptile capture was yesterday. It was really fun. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I just, for the first time, happened to have, I was making a video. I rode by the canal. I saw the iguana. It's like, I don't care that I've been sick. I can catch him. I knew in my mind I was going to catch him. And then last night I got to cook him. It was very satisfying. Okay. Mm. Oh, okay. Well, ducks are usually picky and they won't eat something that's rotten, but some ducks don't care. You know what my ducks like the most? Tropical fruit. Mangoes, avocados, cherries, those little red palm berries. They love that stuff. They love tomatoes, anything. And I give them cockroaches. I have a roach farm, which is basically an old fish tank. I let them eat that. I've also had worm farms at various times, and I let them explore the yard, eat slugs and grubs. My ducks are very flavorful. The ducks that I raise in my yard, they taste so good. The canal duck, it's kind of tough. It tastes like dirt. That's why when I grab a duck from the parking lot or canal, I have to fatten them up in my own yard. Pedo, like feed iguanas doesn't shut down your channel. Yeah, right. We don't want that. Mm, mm-mm. Love fatty bacon. Well, let me tell you, someone already has. If you look at the comments up there, someone has offered to donate a computer. So you think great minds think alike, Peter. Well, anyway, I've caught up with the comments. That's one of the great things about my channel. We have, it looks like 44 people watching right now. So that's pretty awesome. I am so happy that I get this many people. I've had over 50 as a peak for the last few weeks. Now, I get about half what Mitch gets, but I think most people, they want to spend Saturday having fun, not sit in front of a computer watching a quack. But I'm really, let me explain what I've been doing. Now, as you know, last Saturday I was catching some kind of virus. And that Friday I was like, no energy, no ambition, zero. Saturday was okay. Sunday, I felt great. Monday, I felt great. But then Tuesday, back again, energy down. I still got a lot done. Now, I had to work. I worked on Monday and I worked on Tuesday. I wasn't feeling good, so I took off Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. Now, thankfully, work did not come in. The person that I want that need work, I think I'm going to do it tomorrow. So it, Friday was an option. Saturday takes out the family, so Sunday is going to be the day that I work. But this is kind of nice because you can see what happens when I'm sick. I mean, I was sick on Saturday. You can see what I look like last week, and then you can see me today. I think I've fully recovered. What I was getting, my hands would hurt, and it wasn't joint pain. It was like muscle pain, but with like tingling in it. My arm was hurting. My shoulder was hurting. Then it was going from one part of the body to the other. Then my feet hurt. Then my knees hurt. So it got me thinking, is this what most people my age have to deal with? Because I have people complain, back hurts. Now, I've never had back pain, thankfully. I hope I never get it. But these aches and pains, and it really takes away your motivation. Normally, I'm eager to go out and do something. Right now, I'd be outside doing something in the yard. But I just, it wasn't there. Yeah, I could do stuff, but I didn't find it all that exciting. It's just one of those weird things. But anyway, so during the week, I got some things done, not as much as I'd like to, but I was able to use the time to organize some stuff, going through and trying to find parts. See here last night, went through my bins. I keep all kinds of cables and parts and everything, all kinds of stuff. I got piles of stuff everywhere. Had a bunch of electrical junk that I had pulled out of jobs. I separated it out into scrap and things that I can reuse. I reuse a lot of electrical things in my own home projects. I don't really go to the store to buy much. Mm. I don't like throwing things away. So what I'll do, if I can't use something, I'll scrap it. But I don't want to throw it away. All right, let's see here. Do I have any more comments? Oh, looks like the comments seem to have stopped. I hope I don't have a computer issue. But anyway, so I took the time out to do some stuff around the house. And as you know, my Bobcat was broken down. I got that running. That was a process. I'd gotten air into the fuel system, so the injection pump was torturing me. I was able to get another little valve to fix that. Then when I was using the Bobcat, I started getting fumigated and it made a lot of noise. And that may be another reason why the flu thing came back, because I got a bunch of carbon monoxide coming in when the muffler broke. Today, supposedly, I ordered that through a seller on eBay, and it should be coming this afternoon. So, and I think they're delivering by Amazon, even though I don't have an Amazon membership. So we'll see. The Amazon truck comes here, I get it. Let me see what happened with my chat. Go back to my channel. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, the comments came back. Okay. I think it was just a glitch. All right. I have a headache and can't take anything for it because of my surgery. I drank electrolytes. I drank electrolytes, so hopefully it goes away soon. Well, that's good. I don't get headaches until I get sick, and I was getting those headaches, and I thought, what is wrong with me? I got no energy. I got a headache. I knew I had the flu because on Tuesday when it came back, I started sneezing a lot. So I was going through these. Normally, when I get sick, I get the headache, my nose gets stuffed up. Eventually, I start blowing my nose, and then I start sneezing and blowing my nose like crazy. Because as you know, my weakness is in the sinus. Headache, stuffy nose, that's normal. But you know what? I am really happy because everybody else I know that got this flu, they have coughing, a lot of coughing, bronchitis. They get really bad chills, aches and pains, and everything. So honestly, dealing with minor sinus issues, maybe a little bit of fatigue. Oh, here comes Milton. Come here, Milton. What? Yeah, come on. Everybody wants to see you. They don't want to look at me. They want to look at you because you're cute. I'm not. So yeah. Well, hopefully, yes. Hopefully, Amy, that and especially if you had surgery, you don't want to take anything for headache. I don't have any headache medicine. However, I do have a plant-based headache remedy that I used to use when I was younger, and I got horrible migraine headaches, and you wouldn't believe what I use. You know what's the best remedy for a migraine headache for me? Milton, you're blocking my computer. Oh, you want to eat the bacon? Okay. The best remedy for me, tobacco leaves. You take fresh tobacco leaves, you put them on the back of your neck with water. It eliminates the headache in minutes. A very, very powerful headache remedy. And no, it doesn't make you addicted. So it got me thinking. We know that people die from smoking. They destroy their lungs with the tar and the nicotine and the cancer-causing chemicals. And yet, tobacco, which is a toxic plant, is a great headache remedy for Rick. And I've always grown tobacco in my yard to kill bugs because I juice it and then spray the bugs with it and they die all over the place. I don't have it anymore because when I had my ducks, the ducks ate all my tobacco plants. I think ducks are addicted to tobacco. So not only do they get addicted to duck food, but I'm sure if they knew how to smoke cigarettes, they would do it too. Mm. We'd be like that, was it Howard the Duck with a cigar? Amy finally makes your adventure character Hope as a regular iguana. Well, it's my fault because I have not been able to get her a decent picture. My phone is messed up. This webcam is garbage. My computer's a disaster. But I'm sure that will be fixed soon. Mm-hmm. Exactly what I was saying. I hate headaches. It's stress related. Maybe a cold pack. Around your head and neck will calm down the inflammation. Yes. It's the weather. Hope you feel better. Yes. I use a screenshot pic of Rick to make thumbnail for last live. I do have a cute pic of Milton. Yes. Milton looks good in camera. I break the camera. I take a picture and the lens shatters, so it's not good. We are in listening mode. Yes. And Rick and his sidekick Milton, the Iguana Busters. Who are you gonna call? Iguana Busters. I was the one with body aches and very hot. Oh, okay. I'm not big. I'm only 5'4" and 168 pounds. I'm not carrying too much fat. Well, 5'4" and 168 pounds, that's pretty muscular. Let me tell you that. That is very muscular. Because think about it. I'm 6'6" and I'm only 195. At 6'6", that's more than it's like what? A foot and 2 inches taller? I don't have the arms that you do. I have skinny arms. But that's okay. I like being skinny. I used to hate being skinny. I wanted to be muscular, but I don't care anymore. Skinny's fine. Banana peel for headache. I never heard that one. Oh, Alexis Jones heading off to work soon. Well, I'm glad that you were here. I hope you're having a good time at work. Hopefully it's not stressful. I know a lot of people work jobs they don't like, and I hope that in terms of your diet and mental state is in balance, or at least trying to be in balance. We want to help you when we can. We appreciate that you take your time out to participate in our live streams and support our videos. That's really great. And again, we love all of our carnivore and keto friends. She says, "Have a great day." Yes. When you fix your truck, you can go iguana and duck hunting a little further away from. Yes, that is true. Can you adjust the camera angle? Yes, I can. We can just tilt this down a little bit. There we go. All right. Milton likes to play with the cable, so he may have moved it. Now he went away. I think he's camera shy. All right. And again, this is a name I haven't seen before, so I'm glad you're here. Yeah, that's true. And you notice the further away I go from the house, the more ducks and iguanas I find. Around here, there are very few. And I have to admit, I'm probably the reason. I think it's more of a coincidence that my neighborhood has the least amount of ducks and iguanas in this area. You know how it is. I know people, they go junk food, they eat snacks and all that. Well, my snacks, they have 2 or 4 legs, and I can't resist them. So, but I think, let me see, I'm going to try to get this mobile thing working. If it does work, I'm going to take it outside, and I'm going to show you what I have planned for my next delicious meal. Yes. So any of you that are animal, let's say, sensitive, you might not want to watch, because what I have coming is going to blow your mind. Now let's see over here. Where's my mobile device? Oh, here it is. Okay, we got it. All right. Okay. What is the worst possible foods a human can eat and think it's healthy? I would say any seeds. I am against eating seeds, oats, and let's see. Oh, all right. Anyway, let me see if I can get. All right, I'm going to find out. See if this thing will work. With my my system, you never know. Now let's see if I can do this without crashing my computer. All right, so we will try. Uh, There it is. Okay. All right, so we have the mobile camera functioning. Now let's go back to the program. I am going to change this. So let me go over here. I'm going to change to the other scene, the webcam. All right. What is this? Okay, this is not working. Huh. Well, that's not good. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me. All right. How do I get this stupid thing to close? I hate technology in some cases. Otherwise, I like it. There we go. All right, now, let me see if this will function. Found IV cam. Okay. All right. Now, let me switch over here. And it's not there. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'll get you one way or the other. Uh-oh. What happened now? Okay, there we go. All right, now we'll switch this over here. All right. Now, hopefully, let me see what the audio is. I'm going to change this to this one. And there we go. All right. So let me show you what I have on the menu for later. So we're going to go outside. Now, okay. Lexus says this last episode scared the heck out of me. I'm sticking to medical keto. Okay, well, better close your eyes because I'm going to scare you even more. I was able to catch another delicious iguana, and he's ready. I got him sort of waiting. Get some of this junk out of here. Milton knocked everything down. So we're going outside. And I got a leaf that fell down. Do, 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 do. Okay, see, this is some of the electrical stuff that I had to replace. Going through that. And right here, we have something waiting for lunch. See? There he is. Okay. Oh, watch out. Okay, so if anybody doubts me, see, there's more electrical stuff. These are the rest of the light fixtures I'm taking apart. I got my extra bikes. Have you ever seen my junkie yard? This is stuff I need to strip. This palm leaf, I need to mulch this. It just, I guess, fell down this morning. Okay. Get this out of here. All right. I'll mulch this later. See how far this works. Moringa tree, sugar cane, little banana plants. There's the grill where I burn stuff. Bananas. Look at how big these banana plants are. They're huge. There's the old bicycle. This is some junk I pulled off of a job. Take a look. Look at all those bananas. More bananas. Okay, that was weird. There's my lawnmower. I'll throw that out. This is about as much garbage as I generate in the week. All right. Doorbell, All right. Hopefully you were able to see that. Okay, let me switch back here. Milton, come here. I hear you. All right, let's see. Okay. Come on, Milton. Come here. Pussy, pussy, pussy. All right. Okay. So, what do you think? Was everybody able to see the delicious iguana or not? Which is this here? All right, let me get rid of this. You are a sweetheart. Oh my goodness. Look at the baby. Oh, he's a sweetie. My Milton, yes. You're a good bougie. Here we are. Here's Milton. Say hello to everybody. Oh, Milton. Look at that pretty cat. Oh, yes. A gorgeous pet. You're a gorgeous pet. Yes, you are. No sound. What? What the heck is going on now? All right. Okay. Let me hit the comments over here. All right. Well, there you go. Well, did you see the iguana that I had in reserve? Yes. Okay, and we have a lot of comments. Let's see. Probably seed oil elimination. Yes. Soy is one of it. Technology is a bane of our existence. Not a run all. Well, thanks for being here, Amy. That sounds good. Taking a note for a haircut. There you go. You're feeling better since going back to the plan. All right. So, oh, that's great. You feel fantastic. See? See? You just have to keep at it. And again, if any of us feel good, we all feel good. I believe that's one of the most important things. Even if you're unhealthy like me and you feel good, I think that's great. I would rather be unhealthy like me and feeling great with lots of energy than being healthy and feeling like crap. All right. Okay. Damn. All right. We've been drinking moringa soup chicken since the day I lived. I'm 30 years old. I think this stuff works as a tea. Well, a lot of people swear by it. My friend who's diabetic, I gave him a moringa tree. I'm encouraging him to use the moringa because you got to realize if you're eating plants and you're unhealthy and you're not willing to go carnivore, doesn't it make sense that you would use other plants to help? It just makes sense. If you're gonna eat plants, why not? That's your advice. Look, I like my dump. I like living in a dump. I feel comfortable here. I seem to, I don't know, I like it so much better. When I go to these other houses that are black, white, and gray, it just takes the energy right out of me. It's depressing. I have to sneak a camera into some of these places I work in. They are so ugly. They have white, rounded furniture. They have nothing. The walls have pictures on them. They have no books. They have no hardware. The electronics they have are minimalist. They don't have a 1970s stereo like I do with giant speakers. They have these rinky-dink little surround sound speakers that cost more than my truck combined. I don't know. It's a whole different thing. My house is a storage and a shop. It would be like if you had, let's say, A plumber, electrician, and AC man all in one place. That's my home. Anti-inflammatory tea, yes. With ginger and lemongrass. I also have ginger in my yard. It grows in the side of the yard, and I do have lemongrass here as well. I have a barn I dedicate my junk storage, but I have plans of a chicken palace, and I'll start breaking my scrap down. I save copper like I do silver and gold. I have a lot of copper that I've melted down. Maybe one day I'll show you my copper bricks that I've made over the years. Every little bit of copper, including those little pieces of wires that they don't pay you anything for at the scrapyard, I take them. If you burn the copper, they won't take it, so I melt it down. I use charcoal or electricity to melt my copper. I've also used motor oil to melt metal. Very good. I'm going to lay down and listen before the sun pops up. I'll be sublimating, feeding my brain with Rick's wisdom. So there you go. I sell aluminum, other metals, brass. I also melt aluminum. One of these days, I'll do an aluminum melt. When we get some cold weather, I'm going to do an aluminum melt. I'll show you. I have a bunch of coils, AC coils. They don't pay you much at the scrapyard. So what I do, I cut the ends off to get the steel off, and then I cut the coil in pieces. I melt the aluminum off of it. Then I take the copper, I put it in another container and melt it separately. I also melt brass. So I keep a wide variety of metals. I think that metals are very important. Rick is a hidden gem on YouTube. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my channel. This is epic. Okay, well, you're muted, Rick. No sound. Barbecue iguana. A true house of horrors, yes. Why do you think nobody comes here on Halloween? They walk right by the house. People are afraid of my house. At night, they walk on the other side of the street. Oh boy. Sound back. Okay, hold on. Muted. No sound. No sound. Sounds back. Hello. Okay. That was a spam call. The phone system handled it. Sound back with static. Ugh. I don't know. Well, hopefully another computer will fix the problem because I'm losing my mind. Static but sounds back. Sounds back with lots of static. Sound is okay. Okay. Oh well. Slow cooked iguana is probably tasty. Yes, it is. But don't cook it too long or it gets rubbery. That's the problem. Yes, he had part of the iguana tail. He enjoyed it. Did you see the iguana I have in the file cabinet? Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be so good. I love it. I'm getting cravings. That is a big iguana. And I got him when I was out feeding the ducks. I was feeding the ducks and Mr. Iguana was hungry, so I grabbed him. And I stuffed him in the bag. And I brought him home. I put him in the file cabinet. So, delicious. Yum, yum. Does Milton eat iguana too? Yes, he loves iguana meat. Only the tea. I get a little bit of diarrhea. You must be talking about the moringa. Yes. Thanks for the tour and peek at dinner. Lots of static. Oh, is there still static? Okay. 5 reading books. The rest are about art and crafts. Okay. One day I'll have read them all. I have a lot of books. I've read some of them, not all of them. They're mostly just the background. No static now. Well, there you go. The one thing that I hate about the homes around here, I remember this neighborhood as a kid. Every one of these homes had paneling, lots of books. They had this sort of furniture, this old-fashioned furniture, wood and thick cushions and all that. And these homes were quiet. A lot of them had Celotex hush-tone ceiling tile like I have, with the little holes in it. And you could yell and the kids could run around. You wouldn't hear anything. Now, everything is drywall. And they have these ugly sort of fake marble floors. What they do, they make a ceramic tile. It's white with streaks in it to make it look like marble. But of course it's not marble because these people are too cheap for the real stuff. So they have that on the floor. They have this very ugly white furniture. It's just really, really depressing. You look at these places, everything is black, white, and gray. And it is noisy as can be. Every sound you hear in the house bounces around. Now, thankfully today, They don't have the big stereos that we used to with the 12-inch or bigger speakers and the stereo rack. I got the turntable, the cassette, the reel-to-reel, all that stuff. Okay, that's different. So I'd rather live in a cluttered place. Plus, I feel more secure. If somebody was to break in here, all they got to do is look through the window. They don't want to break in. I mean, I got iron bars on the window. They look inside. They see all this junk, and they figure, does anybody live there? If somebody does live there, do I want to see who lives there? As soon as I put my head in the window, they may shoot me, so I better just leave. And that's what they do. I thought you were joking about the iguanas until I saw the video yesterday. Yes, a lot of people think that I'm joking. They don't realize everything I say is true. And I used to get frustrated that people would think that I lied to them, but it's not that. I think a lot of times people don't believe it because many people's lives are so different. Let me see if I can fix this. Video capture device. Let me switch to this one. And then switch to this one. Okay. Well, that is clearer now. It's still not perfect, but it's good enough. All right. How did you learn how to clean and cook iguana? Trial and error. I killed an iguana with a shovel that was trying to eat my garden, and I was going to throw it in the garbage, but I looked at it and I thought, well, this kind of reminds me of gator and frog legs. So I cut the legs out of it. I cut the tail off, and then it was like, well, it's clean meat. So then I tried to peel it, which was a mission. I tried to use a knife, but half the meat was gone. So I thought, I'll just cut it in pieces, throw it in the pot, and boil it. And then when I boiled it, it swelled up, and that allowed me to remove the skin from the tail. So that's it. Rick, you should sell haunted house tickets to make some dollars. Well, it kind of is a haunted house, isn't it? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You rang. Do other people in Florida eat iguana? Yes, they do. There's a guy called the Iguana Man who's always going around catching iguanas and cooking them up. And then there's a couple of other channels. There's some southern guy that wears really small shorts and a tank top, and he acts really silly, and I've seen him eat iguana. Then there's that other guy over there in Central Florida that I think he had a stroke or something, and he eats iguana. But I watched this one guy that goes all over to hunt and eat. Awesome fun. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking about. Mr. Matt, or I don't remember what his name is. Florida, I love fried gator tail frog legs. Yes, it's called Deer Meat for Dinner. I've been a subscriber to that channel since they had a few hundred people. Now it's hundreds of thousands. It may be millions right now. I haven't watched that channel in a long time. When I lose contact with the people who have a channel, I stop watching their channel. That's actually happened with several of the channels. I just lose interest. So when I don't have direct connection, I lose interest. Boiling iguana smells like chicken. No, it doesn't smell like chicken. Boiling iguana, it smells like, I would say, fish with Elmer's glue. That's kind of like what it smells like. So if you were cooking fish with Elmer's glue, that would be boiling iguana. But don't let that put you off. Once you peel off the iguana skin, it's actually quite delicious now. The iguana skin, once it's been boiled, can be deep fried to make iguana chips. I may have to do a video on that. If everyone saw Mr. Iguana that's in the file cabinet, well, he's next on the menu. I'm sure that some of you vegans out there that may be watching are probably mad at me. But if any of you vegans are local, I will gladly release the iguana if you promise to take care of it in your own home. So if you want to save the iguana, you can come here and pick him up, but you're going to have to make a pet out of him because I don't want you turning him loose in the neighborhood and then I have to go and catch him again. Can I boil frozen chicken? Yes, you can. You can boil chicken. I've eaten boiled chicken. It's not the tastiest thing in the world, but it is edible. Fish with Elmer's glue. That's what it smells like. Trust me. It's not the greatest smell, but I know what it smells like and I know what it tastes like after, and it tastes so good. So once you have boiled, remember, whenever you cook reptile meat, only an inexperienced person would try to grill or fry reptile meat directly. That's a mistake. You want to boil the meat first. That causes the meat to expand, it moisturizes it. Then if you're going to, let's say, fry or even grill, now if you're going to grill iguana, you're going to be disappointed. Grilled iguana is tough and terrible tasting. You'll have to marinate it first. And yes, that involves plants. The best thing to marinate iguana with is citrus. Sour oranges are ideal, and I have a tree of sour oranges here. So you simply juice your sour oranges, let the iguana marinate overnight, and then you can grill your iguana. It's quite flavorful. If you want to fry your iguana, you can take it directly out of the boiler, out of your boiling pot, dry it off a little bit, and then roll it in some eggs and pork rinds and flap it in there, and that's it. Okay, it says you can stew frozen chicken, and yes, you can. Okay, are you going to make that iguana skin bike seat? When I get a big enough iguana, I will. A lot of times the iguana body is not really edible, so what I will do after I've removed the legs and tail, I will take the iguana body and I'll split it down the middle and try to spread out the skin. So I'll probably do that, and I will boil it a little bit. What I'll do is cut the iguana open and boil it a little bit to help soften the skin. Then you got to get a piece of wood and you have to stretch the skin out, because iguanas, they're not flat. But after you boil it, you stretch the skin out a little bit and put some nails in it. And then that way you can kind of spread it. And if it's big enough for a bike seat, I am definitely going to make an iguana bike seat, because I think that'd be kind of cool, you know. With all the iguanas that I've cooked up over the years, I got one of those bike seats that you can take apart, and then you just simply mold the iguana skin around the bike seat. So you'll probably soak it in water again, mold it around the bike seat, and then put it in the oven to dry. I think it'll be great. And then condition it. You can use an oil. Linseed oil works, but you can use any kind of oxidizing oil. Flaxseed is linseed. That's the oil of my choice. And put it on the iguana skin and have a nice iguana bike seat. I think it'd be awesome, because the vinyl seats only last 2 or 3 months. I did have a snakeskin seat a long time ago, and it lasted a couple of years before it finally split. It was a pretty large snake, and it was one of them ball breaker bike seats. So this is a wider bike seat, so I need a bigger iguana, but that's okay. All right, let's see. Do you recommend sear frying for chicken? I mean, I I like to cook chicken thoroughly. I like to get at least 130 degrees inside the chicken. So I think in many ways I would I would definitely cook it slower. I wouldn't really want to sear the chicken, but that's just my opinion. I'm not a big fan of commercial poultry other than fried in tallow or lard. Let's see. In the olden days, I'm sure someone skewered an iguana and held it over the fire like a hot dog. Yes, but you don't want to eat the iguana's digestive system, and if it breaks open, it can contaminate the meat. I generally cut the legs and tail off, and I mean, you could gut the iguana. It's just a lot of work for nothing. There's not that much meat. Unless you get a really big iguana where you have the ribs, most of the meat in iguana is between legs and tail. So, for sure, yes. Rotisserie iguana. Yes, rotisserie iguana is delicious. They don't wash hands while eating too. Well, that is true, but I do. You should make an iguana skin headband. It'd be like Crocodile Dundee, except Iguana Rick. It's Iguana Rick. Put some iguana claws around the bottom of it. All right, mate, we're gonna have some iguana. Oh, we're gonna have that sizzling lizard. Actually, I have a friend he has a avocado farm called what is it called? The Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. I don't know if you've seen that, but he's, about 20 miles from here. Tom, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. And I hate avocados. I can't stand the vile fruits. But I grow avocados. I graft avocados. And I tell my friends that love avocados they should eat more avocado. Because what would I rather see? Condominiums and shopping centers or avocado groves? I would rather see avocado groves. Yes. And Tom's Avocado Grove is basically organic. They don't really use pesticides over there. They definitely don't use herbicides. So this is actually pretty nice if you like avocados. And if any of you carnivores out there like avocados, I encourage you to eat them, even though they're not carnivore. Because if you live in a place where avocados grow and you can pick them yourself, why not? Go ahead and eat them. I can't stand them. I hate avocados. I don't even like mangoes. Now, I can eat some mangoes. I don't like them. I don't like fruit. I hate pineapples. You name the fruit, I probably hate it. And that's one of the things that, I don't know. What can I do? Okay, let's see. So, how about sauteed iguana with peppers and onions? I wouldn't eat it, but if you like peppers and onions, go for it. Now, I do grow onions in my yard. I have onions growing all over the place. And you'll usually find about maybe 10 or so onions in my refrigerator. I make my own fermented tomato sauce for my friends. It has fermented tomatoes, onions, and garlic. All stuff that I grew myself and fermented myself. And you know that I grow cabbage. I always have cabbages in my garden. I have to put window screens around them because the bugs love cabbage, and every now and then the snails or slugs get into the cabbage. When I have ducks, that's where they go. But when I have snails taking over my yard, what do you think I do to fix the snail problem? Well, I collect every snail that I can find in my yard. I have a fish tank, and I put in all kinds of lettuce and other things that I get from the Aldi dumpster. I feed the snails for about a week or so, and then guess where they end up? Of course, in my kitchen. You know, escargot is for the rich people, right? Well, guess what? Even us poor guys, we can enjoy escargot. And it's delicious escargot because it's local and it's tasty. And all those snails that I was smashing in the garden, instead of doing that, I'm turning them into escargot. Isn't that great? I know people that used to put poison and the snails would eat the poison and die. But instead of dying from poison, they can become delicious escargot. Mm. I'm getting hungry again. This is all so foreign and interesting to me. Well, you have entered the quack zone. Yes, you have. You are a true blue. Well, thank you, Josephine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Avocado only tastes good if they are ripe. But before it happens, it gets mold first. You must have a lot of humidity because I've never seen an avocado turn moldy here. Good morning, carnivores and quackers from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Well, Jeff, glad that you're here. We appreciate every one of our Quack Pack. Let's see, how many subscribers do we have right now? I lost my, hold on. Let me go over here. Let's check it out together. Let's see. Okay. All right. Uh, One tree of avocado and don't get mold before it ripens. Market avocado gets mold easy for some reason. Well, that's because they pick them too green. On the tree, they don't get moldy because there's plenty of fat. Make a rear bike fender cover with iguana tail. That would be cool. Maybe legs for handle grips. Claw's still attached. Okay. Gaming beans are sort of a seed. Yeah, beans are seeds. I don't eat seeds. That's the one thing. Iguana skin products, yeah, great seller. Rick's Mate. That is true. Iguana skin might be a good thing. Hey, Annabella. Hi, Rick and Milton. Milton was here, but he's gone to the bed. I think he got afraid when I talked about bringing in the iguana. Beans and nuts ferment in our intestines. Fart Central, yes. Hello, yes. Howdy. Good morning. There we go. I've been up late writing. Okay. Well, there you go. My sweetheart. There we are. And we have everyone saying hello. And Amy has returned. Mama gets her hair cut. Well, there you go. I I tried to cut my mom's hair, but it was difficult. And then we tried to get someone to do it. My mom was in the hospital for an extended period of time. Hair got all tangled up, so I had to kind of cut my way through it. Also, my mom always dealt with, I guess, foot issues because her toenails looked like duck claws. They were all kind of, I don't know, they were weird looking. I had to cut through those things. It was a challenge. My toenails look like fingernails, but I guess everyone is a little bit different. And we have some more hellos and more hellos. And Apex Odyssey gives good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. You missed the iguana in a file cabinet. I hope everybody else got to see the iguana in a file cabinet. He was not happy. He wants out. Hopefully he doesn't figure out how to open the file cabinet and get away, because I have him ready, hopefully for lunch. Around lunchtime, I will, get out the knife and prepare him for delicious iguana. I kind of hate that because with the ducks, I have the automatic duck guillotine. I don't have to kill the duck in front of me. All I do is wait for the light to come on. There's actually a light up there on the wall, and there's a buzzer. It goes bzz, bzz, just like the phone buzzer. That tells me when it's ready. So, okay. So anyway, Max Gaming, hello. Very sorry I missed that. Apex Odyssey, hi. Older people don't cut their toenails. Have to suggest a nursing home, podiatrist, but if she refuses, they can't force her to. Yeah, that was the thing, and they wouldn't even do it for my mom in rehabilitation. So I had to do that. An iguana head on the front bike fender. Well, there you go. I'm gonna have to start making fiberglass iguana heads. But yeah, this is what my feet look like. They're just, I walk around in the dirt, so they're always dirty. I was walking barefoot earlier, as you probably know. I spend a lot of time outdoors barefoot. My parents both had to deal with foot fungus, which I have never had. Mom would get it in the toenails, Dad would get it all over his feet. I've never had either one. So isn't that kind of interesting? Now I think I know why. I didn't know that before. Let me get this camera back in focus. Okay. Have to reset the silly thing. All right. I got my mom's haircut short a couple weeks ago. I have just a friend. And my hair, I cut my own hair. I cut it last week. I just trim it, and I use electrical tape to get the back nice and straight. I have a gecko in my house. They creep me out. I don't get scared of lizards, but geckos scare me. Well, he might be trying to sell you insurance, so you got to be careful with that. I can help you save money on your car insurance. How does that voice go? Oh, I can help you save money on your car insurance. I can't do that voice. I meant to comment. I had a visual of Rick riding his bike, struggling with a live duck. Well, it's happened several times. What I hate is when the duck poops on you. You're trying to hold on to the duck, and it shoots poop all over you. It's like, yeah, you may be eating me, but I'm going to foul you up first. But I've learned my lesson. Got to keep the duck close to your side like this. Keep the rear end sticking out, so when ducky poops, it doesn't end up all over you. They will shoot the poop. Sometimes when they're flying, when they glide, they'll shoot the poop out. I had one of them do that to me when I was driving. I was driving my truck near the canal. The duck flew over my truck and shot poop. It landed right on the windshield and hood. I don't know if Ducky was smart enough to do it on purpose or if it was by accident, but I wish I would have had my video camera. That would have been a very popular video. And again, I tell people what happens to me, they look at me like I'm crazy. But when you see it in video, you'll see that I am not crazy. I'm telling the truth. Okay. I've gone down shoe sizes with weight loss. Well, see, that works too. I want to get Mama a haircut before my surgery. Make sure she's taken care of. Yes. Some geckos are evil. Bella, my son had a mean one. Today, Tokay gecko. Oh yes, they bark like a dog. The ones around here go beep, 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 beep. They make noises. They're actually quite interesting. The first time I heard that noise, I didn't know what it was till I found out. It's a lizard. Iguanas don't make noise, which is one of the good things about them, I guess. But yeah, Mr. Iguana is hanging out inside the file cabinet, and he's probably going between the drawers. So when I open the drawer, I never know which drawer he's going to be in. The top two are full of junk, so he should be around the third or fourth drawer. I just put him in there this morning. He's still pretty active. They can last for days without eating because they're cold-blooded. It's kind of scary for some people. I had a friend that got an iguana in her car, and she went into panic mode. They had to call the rescue because she was having a really, I don't know if it was high blood pressure or what, but they called rescue, and they had to calm her down because they thought she's going to have a heart attack. She opened her door, and there was an iguana on the passenger seat. Now, if I opened the door to my car or van, and there was an iguana on the passenger seat, I would not be having a heart attack. I'd be having cravings. I'd be looking, okay, I'd shut the door. It's like, where's the pot? Where's the pot? Let me get this iguana. Delicious iguana. Yum, yum. All right, let's see. Howdy. We're going to lunch too. Okay. She likes to get out of the nursing home and get some fresh air. Yeah, why wouldn't she? For 94, she gets around pretty good. Okay. Lizards bark. They make some weird noises. Don't scare me at all. The gecko isn't mean. I think we were both scared. Gecko. How does that commercial go, though? I could save you thousands on car insurance or whatever it is. Okay. Government Employees Insurance Company. Owned by Warren Buffett. The ultimate parasite. All right, let's see what we have in terms of what we got going on here. All right. Let me go. One of the Mitchfits, Barry Simon, made me something which I thought was kind of cute. So let me go ahead and put this up here. I think it may be a little loud, but try it out.
To the Quackmobile!
That was on Mitch. I don't know if anybody had seen that yet, but I thought that was pretty funny. My 92-year-old neighbor is my fun neighbor. She's in much better shape than my 85-year-old mom. I took her pea soup yesterday. She's vegetarian. See, some of these vegetarians can live a long time. Very interesting. Rick, have you eaten snake? Yes, I have eaten rattlesnake. That's the only snake I've eaten so far. I haven't tried python yet, but I have eaten several rattlesnakes. And rattlesnake is good as long as you boil it first and deep fry it in beef tallow. It's very, very tasty. I love rattlesnake. Rick, maybe try to find one of those bike trailers for toddlers so you can bring home multiple iguanas or ducks. Well, when I find a good hunting spot, I just take my truck or van. It's a lot easier. Go there and grab them. But yeah, I could do that. It's stuff that thing full of ducks and iguanas. Come home, open the lid, they go running and flying all over the place. Ah! Okay. Ah. How can you people live with those creatures running around wild everywhere? A lizard in your house? Are you kidding me? I got a lizard in my file cabinet. No problem. It's going to be in my stomach tonight, but it's good. Lived with us for a while. She kept falling down the stairs and she has dementia. Yeah. So moving her nursing home is the only option. That's true. That duck man is awesome. Yeah, that was Barry Simon. I mean, I don't see him here today, but Mitch had that, and then Mitch sent it to me. I think he made a couple other versions. That's the only one that I have. The bike trailer is a great idea. A fishing game we hang it around your house. You're willing to eat a python. You live with our pythons. Are you kidding me? Yes, there are pythons here, and I will definitely try eating a python. My theory is this: if I eat them first, they can't eat me. Doesn't that make sense? But then again, I might just be a quack.
To the Quackmobile!
The Quackmobile. I think it's funny that he picked a Ford van. That's the really funny part. The only difference is I don't have a sliding door on my van. My van has the regular doors on it. But yeah, okay. So yes, I am willing to eat a python. I don't have a problem with that. It doesn't scare me. It's all meat anyway. You know what they say, eat or be eaten. I'd rather eat than be eaten. All right, so let's see here. All right, looks like the comments have slowed down. So, oh, here we go. I didn't, let's see, are pythons edible? My rule is if it moves, it's edible. I know in Australia, you guys have all the creatures. Cane toads. The volume of the Quackmobile is very loud. Yes, I have to fix that. Let me adjust that. Hold on.
To the Quackmobile!
That should be less loud. I would hope so anyway. And you could actually make that into a scene. I could put it double, but I'm afraid my computer would crash, so who knows. But anyway, okay, so let me go back here. All right, the comments, let's see, are they still going? Yes, they're still going. Right, okay, it's not that bad. Well, hopefully the new computer will fix this problem. I want to eventually have a dedicated computer, like a desktop, and then have the audio and everything permanently installed in like a console, and then that way it would be perfect. I could just move it into whatever room I'm in, and that's it. And Amy says the audio is much better. That's great. Any crazy critters Americans do not have? Not yet. We don't have bears. I've been carnivore for 6 years. Awesome. Anybody that's a long-term carnivore, I define as 5 years or more. And if that's your picture, looks like you're doing really well. Do you have a YouTube channel? Let me see here. I can't seem to see it. Let me go to my chat. Let me go back over here. Live at 8 with Rick. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay. Where did that go? All right. All right, here we go. Let's see what your channel is. Oh, I can't. Why do I not? Oh, here we go. All right. No videos. All right. Well, hopefully you'll make some videos. That would be nice. But I always like seeing the long-term carnivores. That's great. Oh, we're going into crazy mode here. All right. Okay, let me get out of here. There we are. Well, I hope you continue. I hope that you continue to succeed on the carnivore diet. All right. We have koala bears here that are very cute. Well, that's awesome. Send me your photo. Yes, that is correct. And I've got to find a way to take a photo that doesn't look so blurry that nobody can see it. If you give me the permission to use photo, you can do whatever you want. All my videos and all my photos are open source for the carnivore community. I would only complain if someone used it as a way of trying to criticize me, but that's okay. Yes, it is the AC in the background. That's another problem I have. The motor on my AC is making noise. It has a bad segment in the winding. It's been like that for 4 years, 3 years or whatever since I installed this thing. With the microphone, you don't hear it because the microphone isolates it. But with the audio issue, I have to use this crappy mic. And I think it affects my channel. I don't have a YouTube channel. Okay, I see that. We have moose which like to go on people's porches and eat dead rotting pumpkins after Halloween. Well, there you go. You have spiders. Wish I had seen Duckman before I started painting. Well, I will put it up again if you like. Let's see, maybe someday I will make videos. I hope so. The more videos we get, the better, I think. Moose meat should be interesting. I think a spider as big as Milton. Well, there you go. I put a short up for you. Okay. I will find your best photo. I can send you my list of old photos, but none of them are a good close-up. I have several, old photos until the camera broke. Almost didn't recognize you were changing avatar. There you go. Well, let me see here. What was this? Okay. All right. What did I miss? I guess I didn't miss anything. Wish I'd seen Duckman. All right, Australia has everything. Let me try the Duckman again.
To the Quackmobile!
It's interesting because the text on Quackmobile doesn't follow the door, but I guess AI has a little bit more refining to do. Let's see. I'm holding pumpkin pie in this one. All right. Well, anyway, the comments have slowed down, so I guess it's time for the Rick Rant time. Oh, well, you have my permission for anything you want to do. I'm not going to tell you no. That's fine. I'm a quack. We don't worry about that. I'm silly. But I'll send you, you know what I'll do? I have a bunch of old pictures I can send you if you want those. It's just that all the new ones I take are blurry like this. But I have some old pictures and that I've sent. You've probably seen me on other interviews. I'll just send you a list of pictures once this live stream is over. Good morning in the Magic City. Hey, good to see you again. I guess you have just got up and you're here. I will do in those colors. So our subscribers must be going up. I see we have 37 now. I don't seem to be increasing the number of viewers. They seem to be decreasing, probably because of the bad audio. But once the audio is fixed, I think things will go back to normal. Plus the fact that they can tune in and out for hours. Yeah, send me what you have. That's what I'm going to do. All right. Now, it's rant time. Everybody likes a good rant, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to go from the Mitch rant. Hey, hello, yeah, Larry Ryan, hello. We're going to go to a Rick rant. Now, what is Rick ranting about? Well, first of all, you probably know that I have certain positions that are about YouTube and about carnivore communities and so on. You know that I am strictly against pay to play. Any group where you have to pay to be part of it is wrong. Now, we have had traditional social clubs that we know of. Now, one of those social clubs is a place that you may call church or temple or synagogue or whatever you call the thing. That's a club. That is a traditional club that people belong to. Now, why do they belong to church? Well, they'll tell you because they want to learn about God. They want to study the Bible. They want to study whatever religious book they use. They want to be around people with very similar interests. All right, so that's a form of social club. Now, do churches charge admission in general? Well, I mean, if it's a Jewish church, maybe they charge admission for some of the holidays. I know they charge money for that, but in general, if you were driving down the road and it was Sunday morning and you saw people going to church, 99% of the churches out there, if you walked into that church, you could sit there, you could listen to the sermon. They're not going to throw you out. In fact, I don't ever, depending on what you are, I know people who are Baptist, Catholic, what else? Mormon, Jehovah's Witness, what else? Pentecostal, Lutheran. I've known people of all religions. And I've never had one of them tell me that they won't let you in the church if you don't pay admission. That's not the way that it works. And that's the way that I feel about YouTube communities, carnivore communities, and so on. The door should be open. You should be able to come in, listen to a sermon if you like, maybe ask questions. Many churches, they have a question and answer session where you can make comments or ask questions. You can sing. You can do all these things. You can get to meet people. You go into the building. Maybe they talk to you, maybe they don't. But there are very few that I know of that will take money from you before you can get in. Now, does that mean that the church doesn't take money? No. All churches have a contribution box or boxes, or they have a collection plate. And what they'll do during the sermon, they'll pass the collection plate around. Are they going to force you to put money in the collection plate if you're poor? No. But if they know that you're rich and you have a lot of money and you're not putting money in the collection plate, they might look at you like, this person is a miser. And that's the thing. So in my YouTube community, I'm actually modeling it after church. So the idea is everybody knows that the church needs money to survive. Some of the pastors get paid, some don't. And people donate. They do it out of their own heart, out of their own free will. So any YouTube community that requires admission to me is wrong. And I will not participate in any community. Now, of course, there are differences. Some people have voluntary memberships. That's fine, if that's what you want to do. You want to have, like, for example, you have the church everybody can go to, but you might have the church retreat. You might have the place that you go to. You're going to go to another place. You're going to rent a facility, or you have another facility. Maybe you go camping. Maybe you go to eat. You have your church dinner. Nobody expects you to have the church dinner for free. So if you go to church, you have a church dinner or retreat or whatever, it's reasonable. You're going to be taking something physical out of it. You need to put something physical in. But the spiritual, the information, the Bible says you receive free, you give free. And that, I firmly believe in that. People will give you free information. Some people will come to your house and give you a free Bible study. Some people, they will go out of their way to make sure that you understand some of this information, and they'll take their time out. When you go to a friend's house, do your friends charge admission? Let's say I'm going to go to my friend's house on Sunday. We're going to have a barbecue. He says, well, you can't come to my barbecue unless you give me 10 bucks or 15 bucks or whatever. That's not the way it works. Your friend is going to invite you to the barbecue free of charge. But many times what I will do, or other people will do, they'll bring something that they want to eat, or somebody else wants to eat. Now, I'm poor. I don't have a lot of money. I'll bring meat when I have it. But a lot of times, you know what I'll do? I'll head out in the backyard. I'll get some mangoes. I'll get some oranges. I'll get whatever fruit that I have. I'll bring a big basket of fruit to the get-together. Yes, I'll be eating steak, but I'm cooking the steaks. So I feel like I'm entitled to some food. but I'll bring them stuff, and it's just the way it is. So when you're dealing with friends, you don't charge them admission. Again, charging somebody admission to be their friend, that's almost like prostitution, isn't it? Not a good thing. So that's the model that I use. And again, if this is something that you like, you want to sign up for one of these pay-to-play groups, that's fine, but I will never endorse them because I think that it is doing a disservice to the community. On the other hand, if you are willing to donate to a channel, I think that you should do that. If your heart motivates you to do so, you should. Just like if you were in church and you were enjoying the sermon or whatever goes on in church, and they pass the collection plate around and you put some money in there. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. That is a tradition. That's something that I do support. And again, if a person is providing you with a physical product or service, you should reimburse that person. I think that's very important. Now, if you belong to a group where people charge them money to give advice, well, yeah, you're going to pay for it. But if everybody's paying to be in the group, I don't think it's right to charge admission. That's just my opinion, okay? Anyway, let's hit the comments. They're coming in strong now. Came in at the perfect time. Well, it's never a bad time for you to come here. Good morning. And we're up to 39, so the viewer count is increasing. Usually between 10 and 11, there's a spike. We get like a slow ramp up, and then around 9 o'clock it peaks. Then it starts to go down. Then after 10, it starts to go up. And usually somewhere between 11, 11:30 it peaks out again, and then it starts dropping off. So that's kind of good. Moose bacon might be interesting. Don't know anyone. I wonder if they have enough fat. That's good. If it shows up on my porch, I don't worry about permits. I agree. It's like here, you see these people where a gator gets in their house and they call Fish and Wildlife. If a gator gets in my house, I ain't calling no Fish and Wildlife. Because by the time I'm done with it, the evidence will be gone. And if they want to make a fuss out about it, I live in Florida. Stand your ground. Castle doctrine. The thing tried to eat me, so I ate it first. If you can shoot a burglar, why can't you eat a gator? Something to think about. Yeah, haha. That's it. I had a rump steak similar to picanha steak plus 6 eggs. Bacon and butter was so good. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You will always be welcome at most churches free of charge. Yes, that's the whole idea. The idea is to be inclusive. Let everybody come in. Don't discriminate based on economics. In the United States, discrimination based on wealth is the way that it works. Everything in this country is designed to discriminate you based on how much money you have. That's why you have fines that punish the poor people but have no effect on the wealthy. The whole idea is it's an economic dictatorship. You have a monetary system that is used to exploit you through inflation and taxation. It's a system that is predatory, that is based on destroying your quality of life for the benefit of a very select few. The most extreme example of that would be like North Korea, where you have their leader and a few people that do anything they want, enjoy anything they want, and the vast majority of the population is basically half dead. That's the extreme. We have somewhere in between. But the only reason why we're not in the same position is because there's still enough people out there that are not under the control of the government that are allowed to innovate and do things on their own. The more central planning you have, the worse the system will be. When you have centralized government, centralized medicine telling you what to do, they're going to ruin your life. Just like they told us to eat duck food. They told us that duck food was healthy. And what ended up happening? People got sick. People have died because they've told them to eat duck food. Not good. Went to casino today for a long time. Not going there. People there are hypnotized. I feel dizzy and anxious. Yeah, with all the colors, flickering noises. I mean, if you get seizures, you don't want to be in the casino. Casino is not good. I didn't play with my mom. I knew something is happening there, hypnotizing people's brain. Well, that's why they make all those sounds and flashing lights. And speaking of celebrities, here is Dustin. He was on the beach yesterday. I guess they had rented a condo or something. And they're over there in Alabama on the beach living it up. I think they said they had multiple rooms with a bathroom in every room. And I told them that'd be a nightmare because I wouldn't want to live somewhere where I don't have clutter everywhere, aggressive black cat, and an iguana in the file cabinet. Hey, Dustin, did you see my iguana in the file cabinet? Maybe I need to go back out there with the mobile camera again and show you the iguana in the file cabinet. All right, hello. Good morning, Rick and Milton and Quacks. Yes, tithing is a thing. People voluntarily do it. You get tithes in different ways. It can be bicycle tires or whatever. Well, tithing is basically a mandatory payment that somebody agrees to. That is no longer really scriptural. That was something that happened before. But you can give a gift at any time you want. And there's more happiness in giving than receiving, because if a person is able to give a gift, that means that that person has everything they need to live, and they can share the extras with others. That would be like if somebody comes over here and they want some of the junk pile, they can have whatever they want. I tell them if it's in the back of the truck, it's open source. I give the scrap away to a friend of mine. If you can use it, take it. That's what I do. So if you have the ability to give to people, that means that you have a surplus, and there is definitely more happiness in giving than receiving. Now, if you have nothing and you have your last piece of meat and you give it away, you're not going to be happy because you're going to be starving unless somebody miraculously provides you with more. But again, it's a personal matter. It says, you'll always be welcome at most duck ponds if you bring duck food. Yes, I learned that a long time ago. And maybe one of the ducks is going to go home with you to feed you. Good morning, Annabelle. How are you? Yes, I missed you. All right. And we have some more hellos. How's the sunburn? That's a good question. I don't know if he got sunburn or not. I know he had a tank top on there, but I'm sure his face is protected with the large beard. So who knows? Hi, lovely. There we go. Morning, Julie. Thanks, gaming. Hey, we got hellos from DS111. And usually them poor people are the kindest. Makes me discuss the system. Well, that's why they're poor. You see, the people that are rich, they take from everybody. That way they're rich. And the poor people, they give away. I think that's one of the reasons why the honest people that have businesses are usually poor, because they don't want to overcharge people. If you have no conscience and you don't mind overcharging people, you can get rich pretty quickly. Let's see, in my church, most of the food that is eaten is sugary junk. Yes, that's the same everywhere, I think. Every church I've ever seen them put food out for their parishioners, it's always duck food. It's always baked crap. They have a bake sale at the church around the corner. So it seems to be the thing. I've never seen a church with a cookout. I mean, there's a Seventh-day Adventist church not that far away. I thought about somebody should set up a barbecue in front of there and have a cookout. That'd be kind of funny. You want to move to the U.S.? We have a room for rent in our apartment. Oh, that's funny. Okay. And look, Bob is here. Good morning from Northeast Ohio. Well, good morning. Glad you dropped into the original Carnivore Quacks chat. And Bob, you missed the iguana. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and take you back outside in a little bit as a reward for the people that are coming in. So as soon as we hit 40 people watching again, I'm going to grab that camera. I'm going to go back outside, and I'm going to show you what I got hiding in my file cabinet. Yes. Good morning. Is that an iguana in your filing cabinet? And that's where I normally put the iguanas when I catch them. I put them in the file cabinet. I have to think about the tempting offer. And Linda Flanagan is here. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, hello. And got some more hellos. You're carnivores, so you're welcome. And your last roommate wasn't carnivore. I'm open to moving to America or England. Well, there you go. Hello. Hi. Good morning. No, she wasn't. She ate like a duck and lived like a pig in the room. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's see. I remember you saying, I bet you don't miss her. Well, there we go. So we have 36. Come on, let's get to 40. And I will grab my phone and we will show you the file cabinet. How long are you going to into the file cabinet? Well, it's going to be there until lunchtime after the live stream. And then I will get him ready for lunch. So I have my knife ready. And I have my wooden block, and all I have to do is grab Mr. Iguana by the tail, get his head on the block, and whack, and that's it. And he's done. Okay, I saw my acupuncturist 2 weeks ago. Told me I've lost weight since I've seen him. Okay. Church potlucks are eye-opening glimpses as to what our culture's comfort food is. Can you imagine if I went to a church potluck with an iguana? What would they do? With a live iguana. Yeah, that'd go over really well. Got a burlap bag that's moving around. It's like, what is that? Oh, that's my lunch. You know, I got the grill in my truck. Pull out the knife. Okay. Not exactly a private person. She was secretive. Her room was a disaster, so now I know why. Okay. Oh, you to record preparation and cooking. I'm hoping to. My camera quit on me, so I guess I'll have to use the phone this time. My camera died. I don't know what's wrong with it. Queensland is too hot. Well, if you think Florida's hot too, you know, it's pretty bad. All right, so we have 38. We're almost there. Let's get to 40. And I'm going to show you my lunch. Lunch is served. All right. So anyway, that was a Rick rant about membership groups, private groups, and so on. All right. Their furnishings. Okay. Now, people do have Patreon groups, and that would be more like the church retreat. You can choose to do that. That's fine. And I'm not saying that you can't have a membership club, but what I'm saying is if you have a membership club, you need to have the free club as well. So you have to have the general congregation in your church, and then you can have the additional levels for the people that wish to sign up for more. But everyone needs to have at least a basic level. And it's just good marketing too, because even if you are trying to sell your program, you need to have the basic level as well. And again, if you're charging for a membership, anyone that participates in there that is a provider should be getting a cut of it. If you're taking advantage of them and just having them work for free, then you should be ashamed of yourself. So that's my opinion. Okay. Hope you get a clean roommate. Well, there you go. They had the leanest steak with no visible fat and cook well done. Oh, that's awful. And they cooked with love, so I was grateful. Well, church barbecue, you need to show them how to do it the right way. Well done is not the right way. Well done turns a delicious steak into duck food. I ate 5 heart attack drumsticks yesterday and survived the night without a heart attack. You are a strong, strong individual. Do you have siblings, Rick? No. My parents had me and they said, nope, we can't do this anymore. All right, but I have furniture. Okay. Leave one. Leave it. Okay. At least they cook for others. Well, that's good. How to actually get a heart attack? I don't know. I failed at that so much. I thought I was going to have a heart attack yesterday when I caught the iguana. I need to. Oh. 38, 38. Come on. Let's see if we can make 40. Come on, YouTube. Recommend more people. Next church barbecue, I'm bringing my own meat and I'll cook it myself. Well, there you go. Or put it in your car and grill it right there in the parking lot. Show them how to do it. They do have these little portable gas barbecues. I know most people don't like gas. You screw the propane tank in it. You can cook your steak. It's almost like a suitcase. You just open it up, pop your steak in there, and cook it up anywhere. I've had people try to chase me out of the parking lot while I'm cooking the steak, but there's nothing they can do. I might even cook a steak inside my van. That would work. Can you imagine they try to keep you from cooking? I'll cook right in the van. When I used to substitute for the public school system, they would give me a hard time when I cooked in the parking lot. So I cook in the back of the truck. What are you going to do? I'm sure the kids thought that substitute is either totally wacky or he's really cool. I had good success with the students. It was very rare that anyone acted up. The principal thought they were afraid of me. That might have been it. He said, you remind them of Herman Munster. Yeah, well, that's true. All right, let's see. I sent friends a photo of Fox News anchor pretending she was the new roommate. Okay, sounds like a plan. Disconnect between people and where their food comes from and what happens in farming. Well, I know where a lot of my food comes from. I don't kill my own cows. I don't kill my own. Well, I kill some of my own chickens. I mean, if you think about it, I've never killed a cow. I've killed pigs, ducks, iguanas, fish, shrimp, all those things. But you know how it is. Okay, let's see. I did eat sausages. Well, not clean, but steak wasn't edible. Well, they overdid it. That's the problem. Lifetime of sugar will bring a heart attack eventually. Yes, it will. Clocks go back. I hope I can make Mitch's live. I miss Kilt's live at 3 a.m. Well, there you go. He was Loverick. Well, that's good to know. Will Coca-Cola 3 times works or donuts? I don't know. Anyone that drinks Coca-Cola must really want a heart attack badly. I'm sure donuts and Coke will work. I don't eat donuts. I just do them. I'll never eat a donut. Come on, we got 39. Where's number 40? 36? What is this? I think I'm scaring people away. I think when I start talking about showing Mr. Iguana, people get scared. So I guess I'm going to have to show Mr. Iguana anyway. So if Dustin or anybody else was not here, you might want to check this out. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Let me change this. Yeah. Click it. Why is it not working? Okay, there we go. All right, so let's see. Okay. Where do I see you at Milton? Okay. It's 5 years? Well, probably in a new place. Well, anyway, let me restart this if it works, which it probably won't. All right, so let me go ahead and let me change the camera here. So we will go to this one, and we will change this to this one. Up. All right, let's see here. It's not working. Now it's working. No, it's not working. Okay. Hello, hello. Okay, that works. Now we'll change the video input to this one. There we go. All right. Hopefully you can see this. I'm looking at my big monitor, which is over there, looking at the little monitor, and let me go over here. Okay, let's see it. So, we'll go ahead and let me take you over to my future lunch. All right. Here comes lunch. Whoops. My lunch is waiting for me. All right. I got to clean up this electrical mess. These jobs that I do, look at all this wire mold and conduit and all this stuff that I've had to replace. This rig is the funniest I've ever seen. Take a look at what somebody did for outlets in a shop. They put boxes and they use this for wire. I mean, I've never seen some of this stuff. Spend my life fixing people's problems. All right, so let's check Mr. Iguana. Okay. Uh-oh. Where'd the iguana go? All right. Oh, there he is. Mr. Iguana. Come here, Iguana. Look at Mr. Iguana, see? Come on, Iguana. Delicious iguana. All right, so there's lunch. Okay. in there. All right, so this is where the iguana resides. Now, these drawers are full of stuff. See? So that's my iguana storage area. And by the way, if anyone doesn't believe me, I do have a quack van. This is the quack van. This is the refrigerator I fixed for a customer. As you can see, the quack van is mostly empty. There's some junk in here. A friend of mine wanted these little scooter things. I found them in the trash. So I got these that he can play with. Got my gas can. These are the lights that I took apart. I put them in here to get them out of the rain. Here's the inside of the van. I actually fixed the horn. That works. Look at all these roofing caps that I found in a shed. That's enough to do my roof with all the roofing nails I got. Got my leaf blower, some tools. It's the quack van. There it is. It ain't the prettiest van in the world. I've also cleaned up a lot of the junk in my truck. This is the scrap part. There's a few good things in here. This is mostly scrap. So we're getting the scrap ready for the scrap yard. My friend Al will pick it up. There's a bent trailer rim. That one's wobbly. So we'll get all this junk out of here. It's another, I replaced a microwave, so that'll probably go in the scrapper as well. I've just been too lazy to put it in. In fact, maybe I can put it in now. Let's see. Let's put this in the back of the truck, get it out of here. All right, I don't want to get dirty. This thing is greasy and nasty. Oh boy, come on. I'll scrap this thing later. Just put it in the back of the truck, get it out of the way. There we go. So I'll put this back in here. Okay. There we go. So I'll clean up a little bit. Got the garbage cans. These are some aluminum cans. I'm going to melt this down. These are different, my friend's cat food cans they give me. I'll flatten them out with a Bobcat and melt them down. And speaking of Bobcat, I don't know if this will work all the way over here, but I'll show you where Bob is. Okay. Let's see. This is where Bob lives. All right. Okay. Old Milton. Yeah, Milton fell asleep on the bed. All right. So, I hope everybody could see that. I guess they could. Do 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 do. Sanford and Son, yes. All right, so let's go back over here and change the camera. If I can. Should be able to. Oh, there we go. All right, what happened? Now the camera doesn't work. There we go. All right. That does seem to work quite well. Okay. So, if you haven't seen Mr. Iguana before, now you've seen him. He's in the file cabinet, waiting to be dinner. Now, I know that I'm the joke of a lot of carnivore communities, but what I'm telling you is the absolute truth. The more you see of the way I live, the more you realize that I am telling you the truth. But again, I am marginalized, I think, in many ways because I'm not the kind of person that could market this lifestyle. I don't think too many people would start the carnivore diet if they thought they were going to end up like me. I do tend to scare them. It's like somebody commented yesterday on Sean Baker's live stream. That's that guy that's almost 60 but looks like he's 40. Yep, that's me. I've been around, but I'm not popular. And you notice that there are some carnivore channels that have never interviewed me one-on-one, never asked. There's been sort of a rumor that I've refused to be interviewed by certain channels, but I got news for you. I always say yes to all the interviews. That's it. Okay, let me go back here. What is this? The mobile camera. Yes, I can use a mobile microphone. That's easy. Let me go ahead and switch that right now. Okay. We will use. See if I put it closer. Oh, why is this light on? I don't want this light on. Oh well. I'll just run down the battery. I'll put this over here. All right. That should sound a lot better and a lot clearer. So that'll be good. Let me go back to the comments. Let's see if we can catch up. It's easy to do. And we have 39 people. I was close to 40. It's good enough. And we got a ton of comments. Where do you see you and Milton in 5 years? Hopefully in another place, but same background. One of the great things about me is when I move, I'm going to take this stuff with me. And no matter where I live, my home will look very, very, very similar. Got to go back to the crappy one. This died. Oh well. So much for tech. Hopefully next week I'll get it better. All right, let's see here. Definitely a weird thing. The speeches about it. These humanistic eyes. Okay. Farm over 90% of weakness is cheese. Cheese is fine. Sounds better already. She's no carnivore. Rick, look but with the grandpa laugh. Well, there you go. Muted. Mic gone. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, okay. Yeah, 40-year-old look. No audio, it's back. I meant now 50 on no lost sound. What else is new? When you do this pour, it screws up all the time. Sound again. Yes. Come back with sound. Yes. Okay. There's no sound written. Yes. Listening in the car. Sound is gone. What is he saying? We're missing everything. The sound, the sound, the sound. Beautiful fun. Alright. Still no sound. That was at 10:25. It is 10:30, so I guess we're good. 7:25 a.m. Rick will live longer. Yeah, I will. Rick has already lived longer, yes. How many of us know about the Quackmobile? The ducks and iguanas know about it too. That's why I use a bicycle. They can't see that coming. You can hear the Quackmobile from down the street. Okay. Sound check. Switches. Okay. I hope it's working now. I can't hear. You're back. Yes, I am back. Reading. I'm so pissed we can't hear him. Well, you can now. I've been asked to be interviewed by a large YouTube channel. I said I can't do it until after my surgery. Well, how many large YouTube channels are there? Dr. Ken Berry? Baker or Chafee? Oh, I'm sure Baker or Chafee would interview you, no problem. And what about the channels that have not interviewed me? Interesting. Can anyone guess what channels have never interviewed me one-on-one? You tell me. I just hung up with 911. Oh. Okay. Well, I think I saw the phone light come on. Talking to this baby inside a file cabinet. How are you now? Okay. Working, sound working. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we fixed the sound problem. The problem is, just like my computer, this old iPhone that a friend gave me, it's got issues. I think the battery's screwed up. It is a 13, I believe. It kind of works when it feels like it, but then it doesn't work. Now it's working. Come on. Oh well. What do you expect? People say, Rick, why do you have Apple devices? Because they're the ones everybody throws away. The only way you can upgrade an Apple device is to buy a new one. And what are they up to now? iPhone 17? Whatever. Okay. Doing the best I can with the pain that I am in. I have an MRI next week. Okay. All right. Nice. So, one of the most important things, I think, is to try to understand the position of others. And I have to admit that sometimes I may come across as a little bit uncaring because I make fun of duck food all the time. How can anybody eat duck food? How can anybody eat ice cream? How can anybody eat Doritos? How can anybody eat pizza? It's like, okay, I understand that. But we have several people in the carnivore community that they like this stuff and it's a temptation. And that's just one of those things that I guess some people are going to like. Other people, like me, not at all. I can't stand this stuff. So does that mean that I'm better than anybody else? Well, of course not. Anybody that knows me knows that I have several unique characteristics. I wanted to make a video, maybe when I get a better computer I will do so, that's going to compare some of the characteristics of the carnivore influencers and then the carnivore de-influencers like me. And I call myself a de-influencer because my channel is not growing. I don't have people running to become part of the Quack Pack. I have a small but loyal group of people that have higher than average IQ and are perceptive and know what works. But there are certain characteristics that I have that people don't like. I mean, obviously one of them, I have a chronic sinus condition that can only be fixed with surgery, and I'm not going to get the surgery because I don't believe that it is really that much of a problem. What are the other characteristics that I have that makes me unique in the carnivore community? Well, first of all, I started carnivore in 1982. There's only one other person that says that she's been carnivore longer. So basically, I am, well, one of the very few that has done it this long. What other characteristics? I, as far as I know, am the tallest carnivore at 6'6". There's nobody else in the carnivore community that is taller than me. There are people who are bigger than me, such as Dr. Baker, who is kind of, he's an inch shorter than me, but he's much larger, probably 50 pounds larger than me, and muscular. So a lot of guys want to look like him. Nobody wants to look like me, a toothpick. And then, what other characteristics? Is that truck? Uh, I don't know. Is that my muffler? Maybe not. I guess that's for across the street. I thought it was an Amazon truck, but some of those Amazon trucks are electric, so you can't hear them coming. All right. So what else? Well, I'm a collector. I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of old stuff. I don't have fancy technology. I don't have a new car. I like old cars. I build and fix my own stuff. I do all kinds of odd jobs. I don't have high-paid career, so I'm not the kind of person that people would want because I can't support their, their groups or movies or whatever. So I'm not going to be popular. And then for all the guys that are looking for carnivore to ramp up their sex life, I am the absolute opposite. I have the sex drive of a brick, and I'm the oldest virgin on YouTube, so that's another thing against me. And then, when it comes to eating, eating is the number one thing in my life, and I'll eat out of the dumpster rather than starve. So while people are pushing fasting as a way of living longer, I won't go fasting unless I have no choice. What is that? Might be that truck that does grooming. I'm going to get some water when I'm at it. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. What the heck happened here? Oh. All right. Okay. MRIs. Visceral fat. Let my iguana go. This how it makes me sleepy. I'm going to explain what that is, actually. African tribe starts carnivores young. Yeah. Okay, milk is carnivore, yes. He rang. They are tall, yes. Tenderly thrusted, yep. That is not rain that you hear. That's the fan in the computer trying to struggle to keep up with this. Okay, sounds like rain. Yes. And tomorrow. Sounds like the ocean to me. What it is, this camera sits on top of the computer now. I'm sure that if I got close enough to the crazy thing, you wouldn't hear it anymore. That sound is actually the computer, the fans. I guess you can still hear it. How is Mr. Iguana? He's in the file cabinet. I filed him under D for delicious. All right, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it's when it sits on the computer, it makes a noise, and the problem is the microphone's in the camera. Now, I wonder if I switch to the internal microphone of the computer. Let's see. Does it have one? That's the only one that works. Yeah, it's that fan. It's just going really fast. Hold on. You know, I got an idea. This thing has a microphone in it. I wonder if I could crack up this webcam, tap into the microphone, and connect directly to this. That might be an idea. I mean, unless I get something better. I need an audio input. I'm going to have to crack this camera open. I don't want to break it, though. I don't know where the screws are on this thing. But if I could get this apart, it would be good. Let's see. That was better. Woke me up from a slumber. Yes, when it's close, it's better. Christian friends think maybe I'll be healed when I get baptized. No sound. You know, that's why I was moving it around. It does sound like rain. It's okay, though. Love you guys. Why the numbers going down? Well, I guess when I start showing iguanas, people start running away. If it keeps going down, we'll have to end this early, I guess. I think they're just tired of me. Plus, the sound is crappy because of the technical issues. Sound makes me sleepy because rain makes me sleepy. All right. Well, holding it up like this, it should sound a lot better, but who knows? You can see what's lurking over here. Yep, all kinds of goodies. Yeah, that's the plug for the phone. That's how my phone cord plugs in. Got my clock. Disconnected, of course. There's all kinds of junk around here. That's my phone system. Everything's a mess in here. I wish this fan would stop going. Don't worry. Mr. Iguana will be released into my kitchen. All right. If I could find that bracket where I could strap the camera on, of course now my phone doesn't work and the GoPro's broken. So it's always a challenge around here. Why is this fan on all this time? Let me see if I can close some of this stuff here. I think I know what the problem is. That's what it is. Let me get rid of this. There we go. All right. I think it's Control Alternate Delete in Windows. There we go. Task Manager. What is going on here? All right. Okay. Google Chrome. Let me see if I can close this. Maybe this will fix it. I'll go over here and close it. All right. I close Google Chrome. All right. We got 80% memory, 24% CPU. Well, still running rough. Oh, will it settle down? Now I got 41% CPU. I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Huh. Okay. All right, let's try again. All right, so I wonder if I managed to kill the chat. Ugh. It's frustrating trying to do a live stream with a computer that's just way too old. So hopefully that problem will be fixed. There we go. Okay, it's working now. That's great. Okay, where is Milton? Milton was here. He will come back. I know Milton. I'm not tired of you, Rick. I look forward to your lives. Well, that's great. Milton will want into the file cabinet. Well, Milton's too good for the file cabinet. Milton, he gets to sit in the living room. Video to update everyone. Okay, I'm thinking of making progress. You should. You should. How do you kill the iguana? A knife? Yes. A knife right through the head. That's how you kill the iguana. You can also kill the iguana by putting it in the freezer, but it can make a mess in the freezer. So, the refrigerator works too, by the way. If you put the iguana in the refrigerator, it will become completely out of it. But if you want to kill it, you got to freeze it. Okay, yeah. Milton is well fed. Our old cat would kill giant scary lizards and then get worms and lose weight quickly. Yes, the lizards are generally full of parasites. That's why you want to properly cook them. The lizard body with its digestive system is full of parasites. The tail and the legs are clean meat, and you boil them, you never have a problem. I've never gotten parasites from iguanas, and I've eaten hundreds of the things. That's why we're human beings. We're not cats. We can avoid problems. We don't have to eat raw meat like the animals do. We can eat a lot of different things and be perfectly healthy. I love your cooking videos. That's not a knife. We all wanted Rick to catch an iguana. Now we all want him to let it go. We pickle much. Now Milton does like iguana meat. There's no question about it. get this hard, I don't have more news. Okay. Have you ever heard of a YouTube channel called Street Tips? No, I haven't. He refines gold, silver, and scrap electronics. But I've done that myself. I've extracted gold and silver from electronics as well. In fact, I have a whole barrel full of circuit boards that I need to do. Which you prefer meat? Iguana or chicken pork? I don't know. I like pork better than iguana. And chicken is good if it's heart attack cooked. Excuse me, parking lot chicken is a little tough, but it is flavorful, so it's hard to say which ones I like the best. Life is off balance when one has an iguana in a filing cabinet. Very interesting saying. One of my favorite movies. That's not a knife. And how about those yams? I think he went senile, didn't he? I'm not sure. Okay. I think my winner will bring on more viewers. We'll see, right? Australians cringe over the Crocodile Dundee movie. Yeah. Right? That makes sense. Anyway, for some reason the computer keeps running the fans like crazy. I guess running that remote camera overloaded the system, and I'm not going to restart it, so we'll see what happens. Alright, let me go back over here, and let me open this up again. Why is this not working? New window. Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's true. I agree with that. Let's see if I can get this to come up. All right. There we go. Okay. There it is. 1986. I knew it was when I was in college I saw that. Let's see. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Oh. All right. I think they had a couple of movies, didn't they? Huh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Was there only one movie then? Wow. Hmm. Hmm. All right. 1939. Okay. Huh. Okay, so he's 86 now. Hmm. All right. That's funny. Okay. All right. Well, 86. Okay. Let's go back over here. Okay. Right? We never use the shrimp. We use the word prawn. There you go. And I don't think they use the word Barbie either. Fruit bats considered to be carnivore. Because that's what my brother's been eating here. Well, if it's moving, it's carnivore. That's English prawn to me. Can't say shrimp on the Barbie if you say prawn. There you go. Haven't been to a thrift store in a couple weeks, starting to have withdrawals. Well, there's always yard sales and dumpsters. I don't go to the thrift store because they have nothing but crap and it's too much money. I go to the dumpster behind the Goodwill. That's a better place. They throw all the good stuff away anyway. Fruit bats? Yikes. Good one. Deep fried. Oh, there you go. Crocodile hunter got stuffed by that stingray. Yeah, that was, what's his name? Steve Irwin, I think is his name. Yeah, that was kind of strange. But you know what they say? Cook them before they can get you. That's my theory. In 2 weeks. They only eat fruit. Go with Rick Dumpster diving maybe for... Yeah, right? Dumpster. It's like, oh, you know, don't tell Rick there's a dumpster over here. Dumpster? Where? To the Quack Van. What happens when Rick sees a dumpster?
To the Quackmobile!
Okay. I'll work out what Christmas diamond painting to do this year. Alright. And can get free dumpster chicken. There you go. There's nothing like free dumpster chicken. There we go. Sound again. I gotta fix that outside camera. It's ridiculous. Oh well. What can you do, right? Anyway. I like the Quackmobile. Yeah, right? Sounds as normal as it's going to be. Well, until I replace this computer and fix that problem. I would. I have dumpster dove in the utility department dumpster. I have pictures hung on my wall from there. A lot of copper, brass, and aluminum from there. Well, there you go. Quack man. Quack man. Oh boy. Huh. Won't the paint too relaxing. There you go. You sit too long, you'll be relaxing, all right. I got a million things to do, but I'm sitting here in front of the computer with the defective sound. Well, what can you do? Oh, it's a pain in the neck. Anyway, let's see. All right. Comments are kind of slow today. So what else do we have in the rant space? I made a lot of money from the utility department dumpsters. That's right. And even when I don't make money, I save money because it's stuff I don't have to buy. I can use it from the dumpster. I've always thought, wouldn't it be nice if there was sort of a large database where you could get stuff taken away without having to pay for a dumpster? Somebody come picks it up for free. It's around here. Miami's a very desperate place. You put out any piece of metal here, and they're going to grab it within 1 hour. I have to make a video. If I put a piece of scrap out there, it'll be gone within 1 hour. We have round-the-clock scrap pickup in this neighborhood. plenty of desperate people that need money really badly. Okay, it's a long time. Where do I buy the shirt? You aren't having fun in the dumpster because you get no food. Well, that's true. Love the rain sound. The sound of the fans. That's in general like other species. Alright? I am thinking about cracking open the computer or the camera and see if I can tap into where the microphone is. Let me look in this computer. There's got to be something here. Why don't computers come with a microphone jack anymore? It's so frustrating. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Ah, volume, mixer. Where's the microphone? I don't have no microphone. That is so frustrating. More volume settings. Microphone. There's no microphone in the computer. That's the problem. More sound settings. Huh. Recording. Microphone. Huh. How weird. Pro webcam ready. Jack mic. But there's no microphone jack on the computer. That's the funny thing. Not plugged in. I'm going to take this computer apart. I'm going to get to the bottom of this one of these days. Of course, I'll probably find another computer by then. Input devices. Huh. Oh well. It's as good as you can get, right? AI sound device. Oh well. What can I say? Alright. Alright, we've got a lot of comments going now. Sheriff's office is 4 blocks from that dumpster. There you go. Writing by hand. Huh. Yes, writing a book would be cool too. I think it is great you are writing a novel. Even a romance novel. Dumpster tour shirts. With or without flames. Dumpster fire. I'm an old-fashioned romantic. My writing improved when my computer died. The novel flows before writing. That's one thing I know nothing about. I could never write a romance novel. It would be more like Rick's riding a bike and he sees a duck and he's in love because he knows that dinner is going to be delicious. Huh. Police department needs an iguana leash. And a pet iguana rather than a hostage iguana. Huh. I had a dream. I walked into Mitch's house. Broke in, but door was open. Realized the old guy wasn't Mitch. He snuck out and went. And ran. Okay. Old-fashioned romance. Rich one time. Huh. I was in his bedroom, and I don't remember any of the details now. Well, that's funny. Keep a meat was being barbecued. Beans there. Eat sugar. Remember, I'm eating a carnivore diet. Text back your address when you can. Yes. In the UPS store tomorrow. I'm going today. If the downpour stops. I will do that. I have a feeling I will be ending the live stream today a little bit earlier than usual, unless the amount of viewers really starts to pick up. I hope Mitch isn't watching. Well, I haven't seen him. He's probably busy today. I'm sure that Mitch has better things to do than watch this. I had a dream of Rick. He had all the gadgets in his kitchen. He water to his old pipes. My kitchen looks like a garage, basically. All right, so let me check what we got over here for my live stream. Let's see, we got YouTube. There we go. All right. Let's see. Okay. Huh. All right. Huh. Okay. All right. Okay. That's not working. Oh, we got problems again. There we go. 29 watching. Well, that's not bad. All right. That was real life. Yeah. I had a dream with Dr. Anthony this week. I don't remember what it was about, though. Well, if you're a woman and you have a dream about Dr. Anthony Chafee, I have a feeling what it could be about, but I'm not going to say on YouTube. All right. Our outlights at home, blinking. Okay, let's grab my phone charge. Yeah, maybe you have a generator. And you'll have a dream about iguanas and Crocodile Dundee at a carnival meetup. The little iguana will be flipping his steaks. No offense to Mitch, but I'd rather have a dream I am breaking into Dr. Ab's house. Well, I can see that. And that's another one of the cool, popular carnivores. He actually knows who I am and mentions me. So, yes, that would be a good choice. I have to admit. I agree with that. Let's see. Happy Carnivore. There we go. I love the movie with Diane Keaton as a writer and Something Got to Give. I was sad she passed away, broke my heart. I'm not even sure what that movie is or who it is. You got to remember, I haven't watched a movie since a movie called Moving Violations in 1980. I think I was in high school. Moving Violations. I had to be 11th or 12th grade. That was the last time I went to a movie. That was at the Tropicana Drive-In. When they closed the drive-in, I stopped going to the movies. And Dr. Abs, so cute. Well, you know what? You're probably right about that. Well, I have a dream like that. Let me see here. All right. I keep hearing trucks going back and forth. I hope they deliver my Bobcat muffler. Maybe I should open the gate. I left the thing up so they could see my address. But, okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. Um, let's see. All right. What did I just do? Oh, this computer has gone to a crawl. Come on. Move it. There we go. All right. So yes, I never really thought of Dr. Abs as being a sex symbol, but I guess it might be. Carnivore diet, anti-aging. Okay. Yeah, probably. Interesting. But as you can see, I am subscribed to his channel. So, yep, he's one of the good ones, in my opinion. As far as I remember, he's a dentist. Is he a dentist? There's another one. There's a Dr. Kevin Stuck. That's another dentist that is very, very popular. Why the vegan diet is destroying the brain. Yep. Some good information on that channel. Let's see. All right. I wish I could fix the audio, but I'll get it. Thanks to our friend Juliet, I'm sure the problem will be fixed by next week. But I am curious. This computer says that it has an audio jack, but I can't find one. I looked all over for the silly thing, and I can't find it. Anyway. Okay. All right. 29 watching. We still have 29 watching. That's a miracle, despite the bad audio. Now, if you haven't seen my last video, you really need to see it. And here it is. Where'd it go? Oh. There we go. Where's the sound? Right into the wind. Hold on a second. Okay. Well, I'm riding into the wind. You probably noticed I have not made a ride and talk since Tuesday, and it's Friday. Why is that? Remember over the weekend I was catching some kind of flu and I was feeling better? Well, I started to feel kind of lousy again. Headache came back. Energy level went to like 50%. It was an extremely frustrating experience. My right foot hurt and my left foot, and then one hand hurt and the other. A very unpleasant experience. There's more of them dog groomers. It's just amazing that people are so lazy they can't even wash their own damn dog. Anyway. So, yep. Is this working? Yes, it is. I tried to make a video about harvesting and cooking an iguana. I used the other camera, which is the old GoPro 7, and for some reason, I can't get the video out of it. Now it won't play. It's just got a random file name and... Oh, look at this gigantic... Come here, Mr. Iguana. I'm gonna get you. Get over here. That's it. I gotta get this iguana. Come on. Come here, iguana. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Come here. Gotcha. Come on. I got you. I got you. Doggone it. Get over here. Crazy iguana. Wish I had my net. Come on. Come on. Darn it. Gotcha. All right. Finally. Look at this. We're just talking about iguana.
how tasty. Oh man. Yum, yum, yum. I'm taking you home. Oh wow. What a video. All right. Well, Mr. Iguana. Finally. Delicious. And the camera's still going. Yum, yum. All right. You're mine now, Mr. Iguana. Oh, this is great. What an awesome day. Ah, I love it. Wow. What an incredible experience. I don't want to break his tail off, so let me go ahead and let me see here. Uh-oh. We're caught. Oh no. There goes Mr. Iguana. No. No. You're coming with me. Delicious iguana. Yum, yum. Look at this. Look at that big iguana. Man, I can't believe this. Wow. Here goes the iguana. How tasty it's gonna be when I cook the iguana. It's dinner for me. Yummy, yummy. Okay. Oh yeah. Here comes Mr. Iguana.
So what do you think? You think that was a good capture? You think that I did a good job getting them? Iguanas are quick, but when the iguana's trying to run towards the canal, and there's a fence in the way, and he can't get through it, he can only get through one area. There's one place that's a gap in it, and he wasn't heading for that. So it was only a matter of time before I grabbed him. And I got a hold of him. I grabbed him by the tail. He was an aggressive one, but he calmed down pretty quickly. I know how to handle iguanas. I'm not afraid of them. I've never been afraid of ducks or iguanas. So when I see a duck or iguana, I don't see a threat. I see delicious dinner. Tasty. All right. So anyway, how has the audio gotten worse since I last tuned in? That's because the computer fan turned on and now it's worse. But we're going to fix it with another computer. Juliet is donating a computer, and hopefully I'll be able to fix this problem. Hopefully the thing has an audio jack, which will be even better. But we'll see. I did have a racy dream with Matt Damon as Jason Bourne. I'll never understand what you see in these people. I can't think of anyone that would make me excited. And I live in a city of millions of people. There isn't a single attractive individual in this entire city in that way. So, whatever. It was high. There we go. Got the audio. He has a fan on it. It's all good. It's a computer fan. It's terrible. Sounds like we're at the beach. I like it. Hey, Ellen. Glad you've come in. I'm still having audio issues. I thought I had the problem fixed, but my computer is crap. I feel like taking it apart, but I don't want to deal with it. I'm listening on my phone, so harder to comment. Well, that's fine. You know you're here. My dream man would be Johnny Depp or Keith Urban. Really? I don't know. I'll never understand what women see in men. Sandy, men of cultural descent. My oldest daughter married a man who was Indian. Okay. Whatever, right? Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see ya. I seem to be immune to the sex appeal of Johnny Depp. Keith is going to be single soon, so maybe we got a chance. Who are these people anyway? Who is Keith Urban? Who is that? Let me see who that is. I'm just curious. Okay. Who in the world is Keith Urban? Right.
This business moves fast.
Okay, I don't want that. I get back. Alright, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Country. Alright. Well, that's useless. Okay. Looks like an ordinary guy. Some kind of country singer. Alright, so that's who that is. And then the other one, I think I know who that is. It's the pirate guy, I think. Yep, that's the pirate guy. He was on some TV show, I think, as well. 1963, age 62. Okay. Okay. Looks like kind of an average person, I guess. Reminds me of Elon Musk. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So that's who you're talking about. No big deal. Alright, so what else we got here? I find Indian men to be very handsome, myself. I don't know. I always think about The Simpsons, I hate to admit it. The guy with the convenience store at Pooh, they always have that little belly that sticks out. I could be wrong. I didn't know Diane Keaton died. I love that movie. Hello, dear. Love Johnny Depp. As unique, Keith Urban said about marriage breakup with Nicole. We sound like a gossip magazine. Hey, whatever you want to talk about, right? Robert Redford passing away. Well, he was pretty old, so it was kind of expected. And don't show this to a vegan. Nope. The vegan would get upset if they saw the iguana in the file cabinet. I found interviewing Matt Damon. He had a chicken diet to lose weight. Really? Interesting. Saw Johnny in person, and there is something about him who radiates sex appeal. Well, that's one thing I never have to worry about. That was a rush. Yes, iguana catching is awesome. Died of pneumonia. So sad she was in all the Godfather movies. My favorite something got a hit. Okay. Let's see. A lot of comments are coming in strong now. I love my old movies with Ronald Colman and Cary Grant. Yes. Wow, what a video, Rick. Big Iguana. Yes, it was a good video. I like it. One of my friends is mad about him. He does absolutely nothing for me. I'm not sure which one of them you're referring to, but I agree. They don't do anything for me either. Love all movies too, like Gone with the Wind. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Rick, you're like Steve Irwin, tackling an iguana instead of chocolate. Yeah, right? Okay, let's see. Pretend like it's rain. There we go. Saladino's one of those doctors that has never practiced. Educated and went straight to social media. I guess he made more money that way. And the thing about Saladino is lean and looks good to most people. So, in fact, Saladino probably looks better than the celebrities you mentioned, like Johnny Depp. Of course, he's younger. That's probably part of it. But Saladino is kind of a shrimp. So if you like tall guys, you ain't going to like Saladino. I think out of all the carnivore doctors, probably the one that most people, most women would like is Dr. Chafee. With his eyes and smooth talking and calm demeanor. That's the one that women really go for. Now, if you're a bit of a quack, you might prefer somebody like Dr. Baker, who's much taller and can definitely catch iguanas if he wants to. So that's good. And there's that truck noise again. You probably know I am very much waiting for my Bobcat muffler. How many other people would be on YouTube waiting for a Bobcat muffler? She watched The Notebook again. And Jeff says, have a great day. Well, thanks for being here. Johnny Depp has sex appeal, the quiet, strong, type, and handsome. Keith is country. Now, I have to admit, I hate country music. I'm going to offend a lot of people, but I really hate country music. And I don't know why. Can't stand it. But it's not all country, because I really like the old country, especially you think about Earl Flatt. Earl, was it Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs? You ever heard those two? I gotta fix this camera. Let me step outside. All right. Let's see. Let me go ahead and adjust this. That air conditioner is blowing way too cold. I don't know what happened all of a sudden. You can freeze your butt off in here. Okay, he's a classic bad boy. I don't usually ruin over celebrities, but he does something for me. Rick singing "Gonna Cook the Iguana." Yes, gonna cook the iguana. Yeah, he's that boy. Okay, I can't wait to make your theme song, Rick. Well, hopefully it'll have that 50s and 60s sound that I'm good at. He's also pretty deep and artsy. I don't know which one of those two you're talking about. Matt Damon I like the most. Yep, that's Keith. Yep, Johnny Depp. I also saw Tony Bennett in concert. He's still alive, isn't he? And also, the other one that people used to like, Tom Jones. Remember that? It's not unusual to me. Check out Johnny Depp as teenager. I think he was on some TV show. I kind of know, was that the 21 Street or something or whatever? I think I saw him on a TV show. The ladies are talking men, yes. Where are the men that are talking ladies? I don't know. Where's my computer that brings up names for me? Died getting ripped by iguana. It was a great video, Rick. Yes, well, it's just a day in my normal life. One of those things. I'm unique in the carnivore community. I don't know anybody else that makes videos like I do. I mean, we do have people like Tom the Frugal Prepper that makes videos of stuff other than carnivore. But how many people could go from fixing an air conditioner to rewiring a house to fixing plumbing to operating equipment to chasing wildlife and cooking all on one channel? Not many. Okay. RK thinks Paul will get diabetes from all the food. He might. But he does keep active, so he might not. Exactly, younger years. Chafee is married, but yummy. See, I told you. Women like that. All people look at him. Did Dr. Chafee get married? I thought he was engaged, but I don't know if he got married. You can run and do hours of errands, come back, and eat streaming. Yes. I'm one of that. Yes, I thought Dr. Anthony is engaged. That's it. I love old movies. Audrey Hepburn, Gone with the Wind. I'm watching My Fair Lady. I don't like country music, but the artists are good, and we have no rock and roll, only rock and roll. Right? Well, I like elevator music myself. You might see me listening to the Tijuana Brass, or Martin Denny, or Les Baxter, people that nobody has ever heard of. People are like, what kind of music is that? Here it is. Amy Austin. I like Kurt Russell. Okay? I like Keanu Reeves. I've seen both of them too. I don't know what's the appeal of them, but hey, you like what you like. Good morning, how are you doing? Sounds like you were having some positive after you made some changes. Okay, Amy. And when the new Nostalgia Diner background will be fun. Yes. I checked in. Your email isn't on your channel, Terry. All right. That's Mitch. After the lovin'. I remember that song. You are Carnival Heartthrob. Really? To who? That's a good question. I guess to somebody that's in a nursing home, maybe. Or somebody that has unusually good taste for very strange people. Kurt Russell, different channel. There you go. Like Charlie Sheen is a whirlwind of weirdness. Dr. Chafee is married. All the big YouTube content creators were at the wedding. Okay. I didn't know, but he got married. But at least they can. Butter Gal was and her husband. Yes. There's still a lot of us that are single. And you have, I haven't seen him lately, but you have semi-retired Bob. He's single. And there's that truck noise again. And I don't see any truck. I don't get it. I guess what it is, because the weather is changing, it must be blowing sound from over there at the main road, and that's why I keep hearing truck noises. I love Cat Stevens music. There you go. No, I've never had problems because I don't eat the intestines of lizards. I cut the legs and tail. I generally discard the rest, and I thoroughly cook all my lizard meat. You will not catch me eating any meat raw that I catch. Small animals should never be eaten raw. They should be cooked. If you want to eat them raw, you're going to end up having problems, in my opinion. I wouldn't do it. Absolutely not. Rick is our caveman. I like that. Yes, I am the 20th century caveman. It would be like if Tarzan was civilized, more or less. I love those old movies. I used to like the Tarzan stuff on TV. I thought that was pretty neat. I Coach Juliet. So, when it comes to attractive carnivores, we don't have too many carnivore gals out there, but I think all the carnivore gals are married. And as for the carnivore guys, I don't think there really are attractive carnivore guys. I mean, how would I know? I'm not an expert in that. But then again, that's interesting to think about. Old movies, yes. Well, let's see how my live stream is going here. Are we below 30? If so, we're bringing out the parking meter and we're going to wrap this up. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Where is my... right. There we go. View your channel. How many people we got? We got 34. Wow, it went up. I'm impressed. I really am. The comments are not as strong as they usually are, so, and I've noticed that there's a few people I don't see. There's about 4 regulars that have disappeared. Either they've gone on vacation, or they've gotten tired of me, or they knew that I was going to be showing an iguana in the file cabinet. Now, you might laugh, but I have file cabinets inside the house. And at one time, I didn't have a file cabinet outside. I use a file cabinet because if something poops in there, it's easy to clean up. So what I'll do if I have a duck or iguana and I want to put it away, I just stick it in the file cabinet and shut the door. So I had a friend of mine, he comes over and he was looking for the key to the shed. I told him it was in the top drawer of the file cabinet. So opens the top drawer of the file cabinet, couldn't find it. And I forgot that let's just say I had stuffed an iguana in the second drawer of the file cabinet. Well, he was in there digging through the file cabinet. The iguana was in the second drawer, saw the drawer was open, saw light, and went straight at him. Well, you would think that somebody who used to be a football player and is like 230 pounds wouldn't be afraid of anything. I never heard him scream at that high of a pitch and run so fast he ran into the door and crashed into the door and fell down. Now I had to deal with an iguana running around my house, and it got into everything. It knocked over boxes and got behind the bookshelf. So not only was my friend totally freaked out, but now I had to chase down an iguana. So what we did, I came up with a plan. I told him, look, you got to go outside. I'm going to lock the door. And I'll let the iguana come out. And eventually, several hours later, I heard noises in the house. And I looked in the hallway, and there was the iguana. And when he tried to run into the room, I slammed the door shut, I cornered him, and I grabbed him. And I took him out back, I put him in a cage. So, yeah. Now, generally, when I hunt iguanas with the crossbow, they are dead when I catch them. But if I'm on a bike ride and I just happen to grab one, if it's roadkill, it'll be dead. But if it's like the one I got, it's live. So that's the story with that. And again, I've had girls open my refrigerator and scream in horror. I've had ducks get loose in the house and fly around. It's quite amazing. All right. So let me go ahead and pop back in here now. Let's see. We got a lot of comments. Rick, where is Jane? There is no Jane. My problem is twofold. First of all, there are no good available women in Miami. And second of all, there are no attractive women in Miami to me. So that means that I've remained single my entire life. So there is no Jane. It's just Rick and his cats, and that's it. The only puss I get has claws, as they say. Okay, I have to leave. I had to leave, but I am back. Did I miss anything about carnivore iguanas? No, I just showed my video that I posted of me catching iguana, and I showed the iguana that I have in the file cabinet for lunch or dinner later. I haven't decided if I'm going to eat it for lunch or dinner. I got some pork thawing in the refrigerator. If it's thawing up, I'll eat that for lunch, and I'll have Mr. Iguana for dinner. If it's not, then I'll go ahead and I got my knife ready, and I got my stump out there. I'll grab the iguana by the tail, put his head on the stump, and boom! And he'll be ready for cooking in no time. The knife straight through the brain. It's quicker than a heart attack. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's good, Rick. I didn't think of that. I suppose the cat is ripping them apart. Yeah. The cat just eats whatever it wants. That's why they get parasites. We humans are one of the very few animals that are smart enough to be able to eat risky prey and not get sick. And that's the reason why we are the most intelligent and the most adaptable of all living things on the earth. Except maybe cockroaches, and I think we've done even better than the cockroaches. The main reason why humans die is from killing each other in war or from starving due to poor management of food supplies. And that's it. I think we've done pretty well, all things considered. There we go. Having too much fun at the beach, yes. Cute couple, yes. Let's see. Julie, love the beach. Talking about male heartthrobs. of which I don't really know of any. Sending your photos. Rick, is iguana meat tender? All depends on how you cook it. Cook it the right amount, and yes, it's like eating fish. There's a Jane out there for Rick. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. But if there is one, you let me know. Talk about maybe doing different subjects. Elaborate. Absolutely. I will tell you right now. Rick's iguana is still alive. Yes, it is. See, in your photo, I am going to. Do you eat snapping turtle? Yes, I love snapping turtle. In fact, I have a friend that moved upstate, said they had snapping turtles in the pond behind his house. And I told him, don't you dare kill them until I'm there. I want to have turtle soup. Delicious snapping turtle. Oh, it's good stuff. I love snapping turtles. Now, someone had asked a question about different subjects, and I want to talk about that. You met. Yes, I want to do different subjects. Now, what can I do? Let me look outside again. Okay. I do not see my parts yet. Okay. Obviously, my channel talks about the carnivore diet, but not very much. You see my live streams, how often do I talk about eating meat? Not much. Yes, today I have a video of catching an iguana. I have an iguana in a file cabinet, and later on, if I can get my phone to work, which it seems to be dead again, I'll make a video on cooking the iguana. I don't think I'll make a video of killing the iguana because YouTube will delete it like they always do. But once the iguana is dead, I will make an iguana cooking video. I have also, I usually kill it, let it bleed out. I know people that when they catch their fish, they just put it on ice. And iguanas are a lot like fish, so if you don't want to cut the iguana's head off, you can put it in ice, put it in a cooler before you cut it up. You're going to boil it anyway, so anything that's in the system is going to boil out. But there's different things I want to talk about, and the main thing is I don't live just on what I eat. My lifestyle is defined by the things that I do. I try to make my work simple and less stressful. I try to avoid participating in the consumer system. I don't support sports or entertainment. I don't support industries where they exploit people for labor. It's one of the reasons I won't eat store-bought fruits or vegetables, because I find that exploitative, forcing people to work under poor conditions. I also believe in selective targeting of rich parasites by finding out what businesses they own and boycotting them or working against them. I believe in reforming the monetary system, getting rid of debt-based money, finding ways for people to get out of debt and stay out of debt, ways of getting energy from alternative sources, ways of recycling and reusing. I would like to do all these things. Plus, I'm thinking about moving, and if I do move, I'm going to build myself another house. So you may see Rick building a house the way he likes to build it, which is completely different than what you'd see. When I build something, it's not black, white, and gray. In fact, you might find some white, but you won't find any gray, and you won't find any black when I build something, except maybe a little bit of paint on a bookshelf, or maybe some of the books, the black and white in the books. But I am against that whole minimalist, corporatist crap that they've been forcing on us. So there's a lot of different things that I'd like to do. And maybe a lesson in basic electronics, a lesson in basic plumbing, lessons in soldering and welding, just little things that you could learn to make your life easier. Or even if you don't do them, you can learn how they're done, how to melt metal, how to cast metal. I used to make neon signs and art. There's a lot of things I'd like to do. And if I move and I have the proper shop, I can set up and make videos on a lot of different subjects. There's a lot going on in here that I'd like to share with you before I have my heart attack and don't exist anymore. Because it'll be too late then. Once I'm gone, you won't be able to see what I can do, and you won't be able to hang around me. So One of those things. Okay. Sean Baker. That's right. Sean Baker with blonde wig is Rick's type. That is correct. You know, Rick likes blondes, absolutely, and he likes them fit. What I don't like, and I'm not going to offend anybody, but I'm not attracted to fatties. If you're fat, you can be my friend, and I like you anyway. But I'm not going to be attracted on a higher level. I'm sorry. You have to be lean or muscular. You have to be active. And you have to be stable in personality. Most of the women around here are unstable in personality. They get offended really easy. So when I tell them what I like, if they freak out and run away, then I know they're not the right one. So it's really tough. And yes, you have skinny gals, but they're the ones that are anorexic are extremely unattractive. They're even worse than the fat ones because some of them, you can see ribs and you can see their back sticks out. It looks like it's just terrible. You don't even want to think about that. These supermodels and all that, they're awful. So I figure the muscle gals, they're at least they're lean. They're not skinny. You may have to watch out for them if they get mad at you. You might get into a fight, but I don't think they're quite that way. Great question, Julie. There we go. Yep. I remember that song. I own cleaning products. Okay, yeah. I gotta show you how I make my soap. Detergent. Oh, I've had videos about how I make my toothpaste, which is basically just lard and baking soda. It's very easy. So that's important. Rick cleaning. I do it all the time. I use all kinds. I used to use lye and washing soda and baking soda and all this stuff. Pressure washer. I clean my bathroom with a pressure washer. Start the engine and that's it. If any grout falls out, you just put more in there. It's real simple. The bathroom here I built myself. That's a Rick creation. Problem is the roof started leaking and wrecked the ceiling, but the rest of the bathroom is fine, despite the roof leaks. When I fix it, it'll be back to normal. Your lifestyle is much more than diet. Yes, it is. I've said this for years. Very, very important. Your future home will have character. Yes, it will. My future home will match me. I'm not going to adapt to some black, white, and gray piece of crap. It's not happening. There's enough black, white, and gray already, so I will rebel. My house will have neon around it like I used to. This is going to be, 1950s. It's sort of like Tarzan meets Pee Wee Herman. We were talking about what he uses for cleaning products. Yes, that is right. I bet you like Dino and Fred Flintstone. Yeah. Well, I have a car with no floor. I live in a house that's basically made from a rock. So yeah, I guess I'd be like Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble. The only problem is, did you ever see the commercial where the Flintstones were advertising cigarettes? Winston cigarettes? That was funny. How to make soap. There you go. Rick, you will live forever. I will not live forever. I will have a heart attack in my 90s and drop dead. But as long as I'm here, I want to make the best out of it. My time is limited, but the things I like to do are not limited. You're right, he makes soap. Yes, I do. I make my own soap. I have for decades. What do you have to offer your Jane? Meat and, well, what else would you want? You got meat, a decent place to live, a yard full of trees to swing from. Couldn't go wrong. Baking soda toothpaste, it works. The tower for moisturizer. It does work. Yes, it does. It's very simple. Marilda LOL. Yes. But do you have a bathtub? Yes, I do. I have a bathtub. And I fill it up with water sometimes, and I sit in there with my... Aha! I got a bunch of these. I got them all over the place. So I'll sit there, and the rubber duckies are floating around, and I'm singing, "Rubber ducky, you're the one." Yep, that's me. Right? I don't think they like that. I don't think they like being in my bathtub with the rubber duckies. Hello, Mr. Ducky Wookie. Look at the ducky. Look at Mr. Ducky. Look at Mr. Ducky. He's a ducky. Quack, 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 quack. Ducky, 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 ducky. Oh, we got a little ducky there. Ducky's mad at me. He's showing his rear, Rubber Ducky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who in the world would go in a bathtub at age 57 with rubber duckies? Yes, rubber ducky. Rubber ducky, 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 ducky. Rubber ducky, ducky. Ducky, ducky, ducky. Ducky, 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 ducky. Ducky, 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 ducky. Ducky, 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 ducky. Uh-oh. Here comes the ducky. Okay. I love that you're like no one else, very unique. Yes, that's the reason why I'm shunned by the popular channels. They want nothing to do with me. It's like do 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 do. They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky. The Addams Family. Their house is a museum. When people come to see them, they really are a scream. The Addams Family. Da-da-da-da. That's me. The Addams Family, the descendant of the Munsters and the Addams Family put together. Yes, I am really good at that. And my video is blurry, so we're going to fix that the only way that I can, by turning the camera off and turning it back on again. Okay, come here. There we go. We got this one. And we got this one and that one. And this one. It's coming back. There we go. All right. That cleared it up just fine. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Rubber Ducky cute. It is cute. He's over there somewhere. I think he flew over here to the corner. So we'll get the Rubber Ducky over there. Ducky, 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 ducky. These are old. I don't even know how old they are. Okay. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. Yes, like Ernie. That Rubber Ducky is a classic. I bet it's old. It's at least 30 years old, probably older. This is a very old ducky. I got some that are from the 60s. I got one that I had when I was a kid. I don't put it in the tub anymore, but it's around here somewhere. You can see where I chewed on the beak when I was a kid. This one I got when I was an adult, so I didn't chew on the beak. And I got a bag full of them in the bathroom. You should have been good with kids. I've heard this many times. Many people that said that I'd be good with kids because I'm kind of a kid myself. I think you'd be a good dad. If I can put up with the crazy cats that I've had, I definitely... But the problem is, can you imagine what kind of kids that would have been raised? Probably a bunch of mad scientists over there brewing up stuff in their home lab, building electronics, blowing things up, cooking up who knows what else. Next thing you know, your kid goes from like Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde because he cooked up some formula to try to get big and turned into the Incredible Hulk. Addams Family, I'm singing along. Yeah, right? I like bats. I notice people remodeling their bathrooms with huge showers and taking out the tubs. I wouldn't like that. My bathroom, I built the tub out of concrete. I'll have to make a tour of the bathroom, but with the ceiling collapsed, it looks terrible. Hopefully this winter I can get enough materials to fix the roof, and I'm going to redo the bathroom, and I'll re-grout it. And you can see I did that bathroom almost 30 years ago when I was younger. Actually, no, it's more than that. Probably 30. It was before, it was right after Hurricane Andrew, 93. 32 years that I did the bathroom. So I'm going to fix that up and get it back in. I just need roofing paper and some wood. I'll fix that stupid roof. I love a nice bath, so relaxing. Laughing too hard at your Addams Family song. Good tone though, Rick. Well, thank you. I can sing relatively well. Does Milton like the rubber ducky sound? He can play with it. Yes, he has a couple of rubber duckies he loves to play with, but he destroyed them. They don't make sounds anymore. When you squeeze them, the whistle doesn't work because he pokes so many holes in it with his little teeth. So that is a problem. My mom is wandering around asking questions about how my sister died and stuff. She's so out of it right now. Yeah, well, it's end of life stuff, I'm sure. My mom used to wander around too when she was getting ready to kick the bucket. Rick can sing. Who knew? Well, I have all kinds of surprises. I'm a stress mess. And you know, if I could just find the pictures of me. My friend took a picture of me outside. I put on a lot of body fat. I looked like I wasn't healthy. Of course, I still look like I'm not healthy. But and I ate the carnivore diet the whole time. I never ate the duck food diet, and I still put on weight. It was stress related. Having to take care of your mother, dealing with someone who doesn't want to eat, doesn't sleep, stays up all night, keeps you up, you get 4 hours of sleep, it definitely destroys your health. So, as our friend David or DC would say, it's not just the diet. He thinks it's 30% diet. I think it's like 50% diet, but it's not just the diet. If your living conditions are bad, no matter how good your diet is, you will not succeed. Right, Mr. Ducky? That's right. So we'll put you over here somewhere. I think Mr. Ducky is on the phone, so we'll go ahead and. You want to be on the phone? Okay. I think Ducky wants to be on the phone, so we'll put you on the phone. There we go. Ducky is now on the phone. Okay, so how many people do we have? We have 30 something. Let me see. We have 34 watching. Okay, 34 watching. Okay, there we go. Huh. All right. Interesting. Okay. So, I'm going to go back over here. The comments are popping up again. Let's see. Where is this? All right. I feel for you, so sad. That's sad. Sorry, sweetie, but she has you. Yes. Mitch just released a video, so that's where everybody went. And that's why Mitch wasn't here. He was busy making a video. It's good. I like Rick's teen year pics, a cute heartthrob. Well, thank you. I had a couple of girls that were interested in me. The problem is I wasn't interested in them. And that's another video I need to make about carnivore myths. I've had many people request that I do videos on carnivore myths. What are the main myths that I believe are not true? And one of them is the idea that eating meat makes you lustful. That is not true. In fact, ever since I've been eating meat, my sex drive is zero. I have no sex drive at all. Absolute zero. So, if any of the Seventh-day Adventists think that Ellen G. White was wrong, she was not. Because while it may affect some people like that, it doesn't affect everybody. And you know what they say? Correlation is not causation. Just because a lot of people eat meat and get sexually driven doesn't mean that everybody does. So, anybody that tells you that is telling you a lie. People, okay, feel your love, that's what matters. Yes, that's true. When you start seeing dead people, I think that's a sign. I just made an avocado smoothie with moringa powder. The rain is on fire, I think. Okay. There you go. How old is your mom? I see 25. Okay. I thought I saw more than that. Let me see what I got here. Go to this one. It says 34 watching. Let me refresh this. Okay. $27 watching. Okay. They are going down. I think it's just because of the bad audio, so we'll deal with that. All right. So, your lives are fun, therapeutic, informative, and relaxing. Thank you. I got a lot of carnivore noise out there already. As a lot of carnivores, I get disinterested. Well, that's true. I get disinterested as well. I'm too busy living life to watch all the drama. Chopped up a pork shoulder, browned it in lard. and now it's in pressure cooker. Well, that's going to be delicious. Mom will be 85. Yes, it does sound delicious. I agree with that. The beach is quieter now. The fan went down. Thankfully, it stopped running so quickly. Smells good. I love the seared pork fat. I have to check and see if the pork shoulder I put in the refrigerator is thawing. If it is, Mr. Iguana is going to get a little more time in the file cabinet. And I'm debating whether to put him in a cage and try to fatten him up. He's a little bit on the thin side. He's a big iguana, but he's a little thin. So I might fatten him up. And by the way, iguanas also eat duck food. They'll eat almost anything. So I get some maybe beans or bread or whatever. There's some of that crap in the refrigerator my friend gave me. Actually, you know what I should do? I gotta visit my friend later, pick up some food. I might take the iguana with me. I might put the iguana in a cage, put it in my van, take it over there. That might be fun. Oh, you want? I got something for you to eat. Here. Ah! You see that iguana, make a run for it. A lot of people, they freak out when they see an iguana. I know people that are afraid of lizards, and I'm not going to be racist about it, but it seems like people of African heritage, they tend to be more afraid of lizards than anybody. I had a friend, he was terrified of little lizards. So one day I had an iguana comes to my door to say hi. So I saw him out there. I thought, should I or shouldn't I? And you know what? I have a feeling when he saw me holding that iguana, he ran right back to his car and left. It's like, uh-oh. When you're afraid of lizards, I was thinking maybe if I could show him what an iguana looks up close, he wouldn't be afraid of lizards, but it didn't work, so what can you do? I am craving lamb shanks at the moment. Yes. All right, good side. Oh, my butcher. That is wonderful you're caring for. Yes. I took care of both my parents, and I never had regrets when they died. There goes that fan again. Oh, I just said, I hate when that thing turns on. But next Saturday, you'll have that new laptop, maybe, Rick? Hopefully you have time to figure out its nuances. I hope so, too. I'll get it one way or the other. One of the good things about me is when I get new materials, I make things happen. That's the main thing. Why do you think so much about carbs on carnivore channels lately? Very confusing to us, as we all know it as BBE. Well, I think what it's coming down to, you have so many people that have entered the carnivore space, and they all pretty much say the same thing. They're all saying, just eat meat and drink water and blah, 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 and lion diet and blah, blah, blah. And I think what's happened, 5 years ago, it was a novelty. You had a handful of people promoting it. Now you got a bunch of people. So the amount of people that are willing to try the carnivore diet is very limited. And I think they've run out of people. So now it comes like, well, if we can include some other foods, maybe they'll sign up for our overpriced program. So I think it's really a matter of marketing. People are actually making a living with some of these groups and coaching and all that. And I think they need to bring in more people. So if you can add carbohydrates strategically, that's great marketing. Now, is that going to help the carnivore cause? Probably not. Because if you're eating carbohydrates on a regular basis, you're getting away from carnivore. If you're still eating 70% meat, you're still carnivore. But what about those people like Mitch that I can't understand that say that they're addicted to carbohydrates? If you put a piece of meat and you put any carbohydrates in front of me, which one do you think I'm going to grab? Well, you know I'm going to grab the meat. What would be the only time that I eat the carbohydrates? If I haven't eaten all day and I'm getting really aggravated and somebody puts a fried plantain in front of me, I'll eat it. I'll eat sauerkraut, if I need it. I'll eat fruit from the yard. You put some oranges in front of me, you put a mango in front of me, I'll eat that. I won't eat an avocado because it'll make me throw up. Some cherries or palm berries, I'll eat that stuff too. But that's not my first choice. I always hit the meat, the eggs, and the dairy first. If I have nothing else, then I'll eat the plants. And that's it. That's all I can say. But with the way the economy is now, we have to be adaptable. And eating lion diet is impossible when the beef is so expensive. You might have to go to the canal and grab a duck or iguana instead. We have to learn how to be adaptable. The human race did not last as long as it did by only eating ruminant meat. If that's all that we ate, we would have died thousands of years ago. I hate to say it. Okay. Put a cape on that iguana, Rick. It looked like it had superpowers on your ride home with it. Well, that's a typical iguana around here. I'm not very picky about sound. That's good, because mine sucks. Wish I could have taken care of my dad before he passed. It's one of detriments of being from divorced parents. You can't help them simultaneously. That is true. Carnivore is great, but meat prices are not. Yes, I think new people hear meat and say, can't afford it. I agree. Thanks to the Federal Reserve's inflation. That is a sign, seriously, yes. I don't think lion is the ultimate carnivore diet, and I don't think so either. I think the whole term lion diet is stupid. I will never use it. It's just a dumb idea. Because if a lion sees a mouse, is he going to let it walk by if he's hungry? No. Is he going to walk by a warthog or other swine? No. Is he going to walk by a bird? No. If somebody dumped a duck in front of a lion, you think he's going to say no? Absolutely not. So the idea of lion diet is just stupid. So I never use that term. It's ridiculous. Are you friends with your neighbors? I have friends that are neighbors, yes. 4 of the neighbors around here are friends with me. The other ones I don't know. I don't have any enemies, but I do have friends. They come by, they say hello. Sometimes they give me stuff, and I give them fruits and vegetables as I have them. Eggs are finally cheaper here. Yeah, but they're not as cheap as they were last year. But they're getting down there. Beef will eventually come down too, unless the Federal Reserve prints the 20 trillion that they're going to do next year, in which case anything can happen. Hopefully people will finally wake up and start going against them and stop the inflation before none of us can afford to even breathe. Well, anyway, it is 12:07, and let's see how many people we have. We have 27 that are watching. I eat lamb every day. It was before the lion diet existed. Yes. Lion. Yeah, not ultimate diet. Chafee is mostly lion, but he can afford me. Chafee's a rich man. Just like all the doctors, Baker and Saladino, and they're all rich men. Even the people that pretend that they're poor, like the ones making the documentaries, they got money. They got multiple sources of income. They can afford to buy the meat, no problem. There's very few of us that are poor. I'm poor because I've been in survival mode for years. I just don't have the access to the opportunities that these other people have. I think once I move to a place where the majority of people speak English, I will be able to hold my own, and I think possibilities are going to improve. But at this point, and Dr. Barry, that's another one. He's a very rich man. He can do whatever he wants. So it's kind of hard to use the examples of rich people when you're poor. But you can watch me hitting the dumpster, hitting the canal, looking for sales, riding the bike to save money. Those are the people that you can look to. And those are the people that people don't want to look to because they feel that it'll drag them down. But that's okay. New Zealand lamb, hoping to see some of the lamb like Dr. Barry raises. The hair sheep. Well, there you go. Passed at 93. Took care of her completely for 2 years after she had a stroke and then broke her hip. It is not easy. Exactly. It is not easy. That's why I say, go for the heart attack. Get the heart attack, get it over with, drop dead, and that's the end of it. 21. What is 21 2-pound chuck roast for $45? 21 and a half? 2.5 pounds. Okay. 2.5 pound chuck roast for $46. Wow. Terrible. Doctors can afford meat. Even Choco's expensive. Used to be cheap. Hamburg, $8 a pound, crazy. And again, I have had several issues that I've dealt with. Do you have any idea with Social Security distribution? I don't know. I haven't paid into Social Security in more than 10 years because when I was taking care of my mom, the last time when I worked at the college, 2013, it's been 12 years since I've paid any Social Security or taxes. I've been surviving all this time. Once I move, things will change. I would like to get more involved with animal agriculture in one way or the other, whether it's running a farm or doing improvement work for farms or stuff like that. But anyway, as you know, I have had to supplement my meats. Now, I'm going to show you what I have in the refrigerator. Just hang in there. I'm not leaving you. You can listen to the fan spool up and sound like the ocean. Let me get that food over here. It's there. All right. Where do I put this? Here it is. All right. Part of the label is gone, but it's pork shoulder picnic. It says all natural. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to cut this baby open. It's going to make a few meals. It's fatty. It's delicious. I will boil it. And then, of course, because it's a low quality meat, I'm going to be eating sauerkraut with this. All right? So, you carnivore purists, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be eating plant material with this. I have found that adding sauerkraut to pork brings it up to a level where it's as good as beef, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. It's worth nothing. I am not rich. I am not a doctor. So listening to me is just for entertainment only. Is it easy? Yep. Taking care of people is not easy. My mom last 6 years. She can open things or cook. Okay, so here I am. She can't open things or cook. She cried on the phone, told me she would die. I didn't move in with her. Yes. Well, my mother wanted to die. She says, I don't want to live like this. I want to die. I said, Mom, you want to die? I got just the thing that you can do. Why don't you join me on the heart attack diet? Well, I can't eat steak. I don't like meat. Oh. You like hamburger? Yeah, but I don't like your hamburgers. There's too much meat. So I had to go to Checkers to get Mom hamburger. I learned how to make my own version of the Checker burger with Rick's Heart Attack buns. And I slowly increased the amount of beef until Mom would rebel. It's too much. It's too much. Okay. I made Mom pacemaker pizza. She didn't like pacemaker pizza. She wanted Little Caesars pizza. So I'd have to go to the Kmart and get Little Caesars. Not my thing. I dealt with a very difficult mom. She liked ice cream. So I figured out a way to make ice cream without sugar. I actually used the real stevia leaves, and then I tried that melon extract, the fruit, the crap fruit or whatever it's called, and I did it. I used vanilla extract. I made vanilla ice cream, and I made Mom chocolate ice cream, which was a mission in itself. I went out of my way to try to make Mom the kind of stuff that she liked in a way that I thought was better for her, because the thing was, I didn't want my mom to hang on for a long time, getting weaker and weaker, not able to do anything, losing her mind. I wanted Mom to get a bit stronger, just like that old car where you hit it with nitrous oxide and the engine blows up, the parts scatter all over the track, and that's it. But it didn't work that way. So I had to struggle. Mom liked Asian food. Asian food is one of the hardest things to make carnivore. I learned about shirataki noodles. I learned how to make shrimp with coconut. I learned a lot of things. I made Mom coffee every day. She loved her coffee. I got rid of the non-dairy creamer. I replaced it with real cream. I even grew some of Mom's coffee and roasted it. Fresh roasted coffee with the little espresso machine, loaded with cream. I did all those things, and I kept Mom probably 7 years alive longer than she would have. Because when Dad died, Mom wanted to die too. But actually, she lived 8 years longer than Dad. Interesting. But anyway, that's what happened here. Chuck roast used to be cheap. Yep, I used to buy a chuck roll, big old 60-pound lump for $100 and something. Any more? You were there for your mom. Yes. Your farms around here, the range to sell lamb. What's more expensive than beef? Yes. Have a quacking good week. Bella, thank you. Glad you were here. Have you seen the price of bacon? Yes, that's why I don't buy bacon. I had one of my subscribers buy me bacon. And when it runs out, I don't eat it anymore. I have to eat more iguana. A lot of elderly living alone. Well, when I get old, I'll be living alone too. But usually us guys, we die of a heart attack. It's usually the women that hang on, so I think I'll be like Mitch. Well, I won't be like Mitch because when I have my heart attack, it's going to be not a stroke, but an instantaneous bam. It's like getting hit by a Mack truck. You're done. Yeah, right. It was a pleasure. Okay. Chuck eye steaks are about half the price of ribeyes, and they're so tasty. Yes. My neighbors too, their kids never visit them. It's very sad. That's pretty common. The kids only come when the parents die and they want their inheritance. Thanks for the live stream and thanks for being here. And let's see, what nutrients do you add in sauerkraut? The sauerkraut, I think, is vitamin C and certain fats and maybe some other minerals, because the cabbage I grow in my backyard, I grow them pretty much year round. I used to give them away to everybody I know. But there's magnesium. I actually put magnesium in my garden, and if you wonder what it is, it's Epsom salts. I have a bag of it somewhere. Magnesium sulfate. It's got to be in this. I always keep a bag of it around in the garden. I thought I did. Ah, here it is. I think. There it is. Have a ranch. Okay. Here we are. This is it. I find these in a lot of cleanouts. This one was hard as a rock. It was in the shed. It doesn't go bad. Magnesium sulfate. And look what it says right here. See? What does this say? Great for gardening. See? This is, it says it has an extra 3 pound. This is a 7-pound bag. Looks like it's got a hole in it. I don't know if there's tape on that. But yes, 1 pound free plus scoop. But the problem is this one's hard as a rock. But this is what I use in my garden. So I'm giving myself magnesium. And there's something in sauerkraut, because when I eat only pork without sauerkraut, I'm more likely to get sick. But when I add the sauerkraut, I don't get sick. So whatever it is, I don't know. It's something that I've done. It's a compromise because I don't eat vegetables. It looks like the cockroaches ate a hole in this. Look at that. When it was in storage. See that hole? Those are roach holes. So I didn't know roaches like to eat Epsom salts. Interesting. So I have to put some electrical tape on that so it doesn't fall out. And Ellen says, Rick, you're a good example of how someone can do well without buying pricey meat and supplements. Well, I don't know if I'm a good example. I mean, I am a quack. I look as sick as a vegan. I have no sex drive, and I'm dirt poor. So I'm probably a bad example, which is the reason why the popular carnivores don't want me around. Tasty. That's an iguana for you. Even bacon price up. Yeah, everything's up because the Federal Reserve created trillions and trillions and trillions of funny money. Have you seen their balance sheet? It's a joke. Have you ever seen the M2 money supply? It's even worse. Let's see. Ah, wow, we got a little more comments. They're picking up now. I can't give it up. No, you gotta buy it. I'm always helping them with their cell phones. That's the elderly, yeah. You were a good son, Rick? Yes. Even my mom had to admit that. She admitted many times. Asian food would definitely be a carnivore challenge. It was. But I found ways around it. I discovered that cauliflower rice through some of the keto channels, which I started watching when my mom was getting older. See, I didn't really know the carnivore diet was healthy. I knew nothing about blood sugar, any of that stuff. But I do remember my dad struggled with blood sugar despite eating healthy, ate complex carbohydrates, and I knew that carbohydrates were sugar. So what I thought is my mom was getting weak because she didn't have protein. So I figured that if I could find ways to reduce the sugar and increase the protein, that was my goal. So, but I was able to make it very flavorful. Now, yes, I use peppers and ginger. Turmeric, I make it from my own turmeric plants. I have all those plants growing all around my yard. The pepper, the root beer plant, I made my mom a fermented drink that was basically like root beer, except I used stuff from the yard. So I use as many natural foods. And again, my mom was really sick in 2013 after my dad died. And they didn't think she'd live too much longer, but mom rebounded. She, in other words, she wasn't as mobile as she used to be, but she could still walk. But then 2017, after the hurricane, then she got weaker. 2018, she had the infection. And from 2018, it just went down and down and down. Okay. I think a lot of the veggies are for cleansing. Well, that might be it. I believe that some are addicted to carbs for sure. I don't believe that I am. Probably not. Confusing or hunting. Told me a few minutes ago that he would get me some pheasant. Okay. File cabinet iguana. I guess it's like try riding a steak. Well, there you go. Keep the iguana in the cooler. And the other thing is you can put it in the refrigerator if you want it to go dormant. I help the elderly around here. I have to go soon looking at my antenna on my neighbor. Antennas are great. I have an antenna on the front of my house you may have seen. It's up there. Yep. Roku, yep. Uh-huh. Oh, nothing, go fishing or hunting. There you go. Sometimes voice command doesn't work. They had an old TV, the Roku works. Okay. LMNT or electrolytes. Yeah, I don't do that LMNT crap. I can't afford that garbage. You got... Who was the last person that was out there on Dr. Kilt's with those carnivore bars? I've seen Dr. Chafee push them as well. When I looked at the price of that, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. If I need a carnivore bar, I'll go to the iguana with my bicycle, go to the canal and grab an iguana and cook it up. That's my carnivore bar, iguana tail. I can't do it. You want pemmican, make it yourself. It's like, again, marketing. A lot of these channels are dedicated to people that have health issues, but they're otherwise rich. So they're trying to use their information, their experience, as a way to make money off of people that are rich but sick. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to offer one-on-one services to help people to get better, that's great. If you don't mind the liability, that's great too. But I'm not going to do that. You can see me charging somebody money. I just tell them, just eat the meat. It's real simple. I can show you how to catch and cook an iguana or a duck if you want, but that's about it. It's nice to know your neighbors. Yes, it is. Cleansing as well, maybe. It won't hurt, I guess. That's correct. Now again, I share with you what I do. I eat sauerkraut. When I cook that pork, I got sauerkraut fermenting. Right now, I always have sauerkraut fermenting. When the jar's empty, I put more in there. My friends love it. I've been giving the stuff away for years. But now that I can't afford beef anymore, I have been eating more sauerkraut. I don't know. What am I going to do? I'm a survivor. I'm not going to deny myself meat and being healthy. Humans can eat a lot of different things. It hasn't affected my digestive system negatively. I haven't got diarrhea. I haven't got gas. I did have gas a couple days ago with the flu, and I had something close to diarrhea. But that's because of the flu. It's not because of what I eat. And I'm feeling a lot better now, so that's it. Rick, what's your electrolyte? I drink water, water, water. Well, I have a theory on that. Yes, I eat meat, but I eat other things that could be possibly the electrolyte. For example, I make and eat yogurt daily. I eat cheese. Yogurt and cheese, well, cheese comes with salt in it. There's potassium. What is it? Potassium in what form? I forget. Potassium citrate, maybe? Oh, but there are minerals in dairy products, especially yogurt, the way that it's fermented. And all I drink is water. You've seen me, I use clear glasses. They all have water in them. This glass is not so clear anymore. The water here, this is rainwater. Rainwater has sediment in it, so I have to clean this up. Otherwise it looks terrible. Trying both LMNT and SALTT electrolytes right now. Ellen, yes. Some elderly get cranky when you're trying to help them. Yeah, like my parents. But I have patience with them. Yes, you do. You have no choice. Elderly are some of the stubbornest people, and they don't see it as a problem. They're too tired and worn out to do anything. So you try to get them up and doing something. They say, I'm too old. I don't want to do any of that. What am I going to do? But anyway, all right. Let's check our... We have 27 watching, it looks like. Let me refresh. We have 26 watching. Okay. Well, as you probably know, at 4 o'clock today, I believe Thomas... Now, I haven't seen Thomas. Maybe he was here earlier. Where is Thomas? Where's Target Prime there? You're usually here. Another one I haven't seen. I got a list of people I didn't see today. So I don't know. I must have turned them off. They've gotten bored with me. They do like to watch Mitch's channel, but not mine. And I guess the sound is just terrible. Maybe when the sound improves, they'll come back. So anyway, let's see. Let me double check here on YouTube so we can wrap this up. All right, let's see my subscriptions. Okay. Oh boy, let's see. I've been sitting here way too long. I'm falling asleep. All right. He has, yeah, with Cindy at 4. Okay. So Thomas has it at 4. And who else has a live? Let's see. Okay. Oh. I know Dustin's live is tomorrow morning at 7:30. Alright. Amy usually has a live, I think, tomorrow. Okay. With her husband, right? Yeah. Oh. Look, Lewis is going to have one next month. Okay. So Amy doesn't have one. All right. Let's see. She has one tomorrow night. There's the one they had a month ago with me, the Quack. There's me. There's Little Menace. And only 31 views. Come on, people. You gotta watch these videos. 5, let's see. 19th at 6. Okay, that's tomorrow at 6. Alright. Where's Aaron's channel? Okay. Huh. I'll find you one way or the other. Okay. Huh. Don't see it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Alright. There we are. Okay. It looks like 2 hours. Alright. So Aaron is going to have a live stream. Oh, gonna feed this steaks to a goose. Okay, so we'll click a like for her. So, yeah, check her out in 2 hours, 2:30. It's 12:30 now, so we're gonna wrap this up long before then. So don't neglect our friends in the carnivore space. Remember, if you want this lifestyle to become more mainstream, you can't go out there and tell the average person to eat meat because they're not going to. You just have to find the other people that are on this diet. So we get to watch her, we get to watch Thomas, even though they're not here. I'm just letting you know that I am pointing out your channel. That's one of the things I always do on my channel. I don't try and, yeah, my mom did too. I would help. Okay, it was fun and informative. Thank you, Rick. Okay, Jamette, glad you were here. My mom is currently talking to her computer, thinking that the guy that is singing is actually talking to her. I need what she's on. Boy. Mitch just posted another rant video about carbs. Well, there you go. I'll have to start doing some rant videos. I'm tired of Mitch's rants, honestly. They used to be entertaining, but not so much anymore. Well, people get tired of the same thing over and over again. That's one of the reasons I hope they discover my channel, because it's never the same thing over and over again. Maybe this world existed, is very combative. Same Terry, I'm sure people are just busy. I recognize that channel. Yes, you do. Tend to get crabby when they don't feel good. I tune out when the rants are too much. I want to wake up to drama. Well, there you go. Okay. Well, that's fantastic. I don't need unnecessary drama at this juncture. I agree totally. I absolutely agree. Now, it looks like we have, how many people do we have? Probably low 20s, something like that. Let me go back and see. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Huh. Wow, that's weird. Okay. Fantasy world is better than reality. Just go with it. Terry Sue. And Jeanette says, please, no rants. I like your relaxing lives. Well, there you go. I never liked the rants at all, but thought that the last one was warranted since he retracted the Stan slime video of it. I was very disappointed, but he can do what he wants. That's true. Terry Sue agreed. Yes. Okay. So anyway, how would you like to take the rest of your day and do what you want? You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to watch me. sit here, struggle with bad audio in a computer that keeps spooling up because this thing is just starting to fail. Terry Sue says there's 30 people watching. Well, that's pretty amazing. Seemed to me like the last rant may have helped the people who are addicted to carbs and might have been thinking of adding some carbs back in. Yes, I agree with that, but you just got to put it out there and see what people do. And Mitch is smart about that. He'll put anything out there that gets more attention. That's what his goal is. His goal is to reach as many people as possible. And I understand that. My goal is just to meet people and to associate with a select group. I don't want more people to be carnivore because I don't want people to be eating the meat that I want to eat. Oh, and look, Thomas was working. Okay, so that's what it was. Got home from work. Well, that's great. And I was mentioning that you do have a live at 4, so that is very important that we consider that. That's all I'm going to say about that. And, oh. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Energy without eating is still wild to me. Well, yes. We were looking for you. Yes, we were. And everyone's saying hello to Thomas. That is great. There's always some new people on your channels, so the information is the same, but new to the newbies. That's how the channels will remain alive. That is true. Us long-term channels, some of them are very popular. It's like so many people watch the Dr. Berry channel. I actually did watch one of the, I don't know if he was doing it live or whatever, but he was talking about, and honestly, I don't even remember what he was talking about now, but he was talking about something carnival related, and I commented and watched it, and kind of got something out of it, and then after a while, I forgot about it. It was just way too much. Okay. Yep. How are you? Sound is low with interference. Anybody? No, it's my side. I'm using the webcam and the sound is terrible. But one of our viewers is going to help me fix that. So Sandy, Wendy, Donna Ray. All right. So, let's see. Yes, it is my problem. The microphone is not working because I got problems with the USB interface. I have no idea why it failed like that, but I'm extremely frustrated. I even thought about taking the thing apart and resoldering the connections. I've got one of them somewhere around here that I took apart. Where is it? It's here, someplace. Oh, here it is. Okay. I've tried right here. Crack it open. Okay. This tape is really hard to get off when you put it the wrong way on. All right. That. Here it is. Okay. It's not able to come out. Boy, oh boy. What fun, right? What fun. Whoever thought that I would be doing a regular live stream on YouTube? Huh? I didn't. But I do it anyway. Okay, here is the circuit board. See? And then it has these audio connectors on it. I have another one in there. It doesn't work. They were both working, but I think it's computer related because I looked into this chip, I checked voltages on the pins, and everything is fine. It's really a pretty basic setup. See? I thought maybe the cable was bad, but it wasn't that. Whatever it is, I will get it. Okay. Let's see. A lot of comments. The one word that set him off. I did not like that. Made me sad. I don't talk about God on the channel. Well, it wasn't even Almighty God that someone mentioned. They mentioned the word Jesus. And that set him off. That's Mitch's channel. So, if you want to respect Mitch's wishes, be careful what words you say. It's just respect for someone. I know a lot of people, they're very passionate about that individual, but what can you do? All right? Yeah, exactly. That's why we're here. See, at least in here, I'm not going to judge anybody. And because I'm such a quack, you don't see too many trolls that pop in here. There's no need for a moderator because nobody's going to bother me. I got so few participants that it doesn't really matter, which is fine. I like that. Shopping is done and put away. Awesome, dear Grandma. Awesome. Same people but different venues. Yes. That was a meltdown. Okay. Up. I see Federal Express. Okay. It's not Amazon. Federal Express. Alright. So my Bobcat muffler is not here. I'll be glad when I get it. Maybe I'll make a video of installing it, but at least I'll make a video of unboxing. I really want to get Bob running again. That's the only helper I have that I can depend on day after day after day. Most of my friends are too busy to help anyway, and I'm not going to ask them. If I can't pay somebody to help me, I am not going to ask them to help. That bothers me. Even if somebody offers to help, I'm like, look, you're going to spend your precious time over here cleaning up my mess. I need to do something for you. Maybe I'll do some work for you, or maybe I'll just give you some money. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with giving the working man his due. In fact, those of you that are Christians, you probably know that the man is entitled to his wages. He's actually, the worker's entitled to his wages. Also, that applies to women. Workers are entitled to their wages. I checked these connectors. They were all fine. So it has to be a computer software issue that I'm dealing with. So anyway, let me go ahead and get through this. All right. Yeah, well, you have to be careful in chat. He needed help. Only the one on this past Thursday was called for. Okay. Okay. You upset me. Saw you get that iguana. Yes, Thomas, I'm glad you saw that. Never saw such a meltdown. I guess we're talking about Mitch, right? I was so upset I asked Rick to do a ride and talk with his team. And I did a ride and talk. Can't stay, super sensitive, and the sound's causing problems. Well, I'll see you next time. Hopefully it's fixed. Have a great day. And a new weapons bag arrived. Swords and daggers were eaten through the duct tape. I have a whole drawer full of all those crazy connectors. Coax. It needs to go to the dumpster for you to find. I created your Avenger. I'll get you something soon. Excellent. You should give up. Yeah, exactly. Give us a list of trigger words, or we'll make a list ourselves. So you are talking about Mitch. Yes. I think you are newer main runner. Jesus triggers people for sure. Well, some people actually are pleasantly affected by the name Jesus, because for many of us, Jesus is the key to our salvation. But everyone's different. A lot of people, not so much. I've been here since this trip. Never ask a question because questions cause rants, and I don't care. So, there are a few people in the chat that try to help when I have a serious issue or question. Okay. That'll be cool to see Rick's Avenger. Well, there you go. And I'm going to send you those pictures. Don't worry. As soon as I get off this, I don't want to open my email while I'm on camera and have everybody know everybody's phone number and whatever. So, I'm in a senior community. There's so many Halloween decorations. We have no kids or trick-or-treaters. Well, how about the old people? They can go there from door to door. You give them an iguana. I don't do that Halloween nonsense, but if I did, I think I'd have some iguanas here. And when the kids come over, here you go, have an iguana. Ah! They go running. Don't go to that house anymore. That guy's crazy. Open up the file cabinet. Would you like a large or small iguana? Lots of people are just determined to be offended. I'm not going to pretend their opinions are going to change my life. Yes. It has happened for years, yes. So true, need a list, yes. And Jonathan has returned. Excellent. You have returned. Welcome back, yes. When you ask Mitch a question, he'll either say, I'm not a doctor, or say, I've answered that before. Don't know how Peter keeps up with it. He does. Don't forget Iguana Boy. There we go. He's in there, Thomas. Good, because it would make sense out of it. Okay. I can say it without timeout. You can say Jesus whenever you want. It is not a problem here. This is Rick's live stream. We don't care. He ranted a lot right before his stroke. The worries make it happen again. Well, if it happens, it happens. What are you going to do? Mitch the Papa to say I'm listening. Well, if you're here, Mitch, I'm glad that you're listening. And I will be glad to chat with you. But I think Mitch is too busy. He made a video. He comes about every other week. I think when Mitch just wants to do nothing, which for Mitch is hard because I'm like Mitch. If somebody comes over to talk to me, I'll start doing something. I'll trim the garden, or I'll pick up trash, or I'll go through boxes of stuff. It's just a habit. Terry Sue says, yes, I think Dr. Kiltz helps him. Yes. Rick knows how not to engage in the school topics. Just pass it by, which is the way to do it. Let your people chat, know if they want to. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That's the Rick way. Some people really do go to town for Halloween. My neighbor here has inflatable pumpkins and stuff. If you take the first T out of statins, what word it makes? That's right. Satans. Well, statin comes from static, which, yeah, you're right, just saying. Kiltz has been good to Mitch for sure. And Kiltz himself has had sort of a, change in a way. He's busy on vacation, otherwise he might have visited my stream. I did see him in my stream once. That was pretty interesting, but he's a busy man. But yes, I think the two of them kind of cancel each other out. Mitch is the eternal realist, and Kiltz is the optimist. I think Mitch is more of a realist than I am. So, but I heavily tend toward realism. Optimism is not my thing. Unless I see an opportunity. Like when I was riding my bike. I saw the iguana. I could have said, well, I'm sick. I can't catch that thing. I'm not going to bother. But what did I do? I said, I think I can get him. And I got him. That's the beauty of it. The thing is, when optimism is warranted. But there are other times when optimism is not warranted. It would be like internet dating. I'm going to meet the woman of my dreams on internet dating. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, because it won't happen. I'm going to win the lottery. That's not going to happen. Being optimistic can lead you, I'm going to go into debt to start a business. When 9 out of 10 businesses fail, but mine will succeed. Not going to happen. I'm going to make a restaurant. Most restaurants fail. But hey, that's that. Do enough optimistic things and you'll eventually become a pessimist. That's my theory. Okay. I have some decent quality outdated computer parts. What's needed? I'm going to have to see. Papa Titan. Alright. Okay. I'm alive and I'm listening. I'm laughing my ass off. There you go. There's, wait a minute. Ah, there we are. Okay. Well, what kind of Mitch is this? Let's go to channel. Okay. We're going to answer this question right now. Okay. Is this another Mitch channel or fake Mitch? So here's what we do. We go
To the Quackmobile!
to the Quackmobile, and then we go over here to the chat. So let's go back to YouTube. Oops. Let me go to my channel. Okay, and I see Mitch made a video. Well, I'm going to let you watch that. I'm not playing that on my channel. So we'll go ahead and review my channel. We have 28 watching. So let me go to Live at 8 with Rick. Okay. And I can see how bad the sound is. Let me go ahead and go to the person that called themselves Mitch. Wait a minute. Okay. It's the real Mitch. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. So there was a fake Mitch and there's a real Mitch. Let's see here. Mitch. Okay. Where did the fake Mitch go? Terry Sue. Here's the Mitch. So let's see if this is the real one. Go to channel. Okay, that's the fake Mitch. All right, that is a fake Mitch. Now, let's find the real Mitch, who is also here. Let's see. There he is. Now look at this one over here. See? We go to channel. And guess what? That's the real Mitch. You got the old man with the cigar. That's the real Mitch. Okay. Now, I did this before when we had the fake Carrie thing, but it didn't work. But now we know who the real Mitch is and the other Mitch. Now, I'm not saying it's a fake Mitch. It's just somebody used the name Mitch, which is fine. All right, so we'll go back over here to the scene, and let's see these comments. We're going to wrap this up because I know the sound is terrible, and until I rebuild this system, it's going to be a real challenge. Would make Nelson in between Optimus and Rose. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I bet it's the latter. Ellen, yes. Not our Mitch. See, you're smart. People are smart. Dr. Nelson is between smart and hilarious. He's also the Uncle Fester of the carnivore space. I'm Lurch. He's Uncle Fester. And now there is the real old guy carnivore, the real Mitch, and that's it. The other one was fake. There you go. And now we can say hello to Mitch. And he was here. And again, after you finish with my video, I ask you I'm not ordering you, but I'm asking you to please check out Mitch's latest video. You will be entertained. And don't forget, Aaron, Booby Goats, has a live coming up at 2. I think it's 2:30. And Thomas has one at 4. So I'm not going to keep all day you people here. I have things to do anyway. I've been working outside. We've had no rain. I'm waiting for that Amazon truck to get my Bobcat muffler, and I'll be so happy when I get my Bobcat running, because now I can take on that garage. I can get that engine out of there. I got my patio cleaned off. I got my engine stand ready. I'm going to put that diesel on an engine stand, and I'm going to build that engine for my truck. If I can get that thing with good compression, 300 PSI or greater, I'm going to take the oil pan off. I'm going to check the bearings, make sure they're good, do a cleanup, put that thing back together, probably a rear main seal, and guess what? That engine is going to go in my truck as soon as possible. If I could have that engine in my truck before the end of this month, which is like a couple of weeks, I could probably drive up to Tampa for the Pack Your Health. Otherwise, I'll have to take a bus or something. But if I could drive there, that'd be great. If I can trust my truck. It has been sitting for 2 years, so it may not be that trustworthy. But wouldn't it be great? And I don't know if Mitch saw what I got. If Mitch was watching, I have an iguana in my file cabinet right now. So take a look at the video, and later on today, right now I'm having this. I'm going to have some of this pork shoulder, but later on tonight, I'm having iguana, the other white meat. All right. How many other carnivore channels give you iguana catch and cook recipes? I mean, seriously, this is the only one. And yes, that was a real Mitch. And Terry Sue says, the Quackmobile is so cute. And that's Barry Simon. Mitch was nice enough to send me that video. And let's see, I love the Quackmobile. And as you can see, I have an actual van, as I showed you earlier. Tobacco is in the Night Chase family. Yes, it is. How did members live and Mitch? Well, that's good. And against the grain, I'll leave it to you to know who that is. Longtime carnivore supporter. Mitch is trolling the duck pond. Yes, his ears were burning at Old Guy Carnivore. Hey, I like Howard the Duck with his big cigar. Howard the Duck would be the Mitch of the Duck Space. Hi, Mitchy. There you go. And they're both my... Oh, okay. So they are both your channels. Interesting. Well, that's great. So that's just more subscribers that I get to watch my channel. So a couple of people there, that would be Mitch. All right. Can you do that with all of us? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes, we know that. We know that that is spoken here, but it is my channel. But remember, when you're on somebody else's channel, when they ask you, when something bothers them, are you going to willingly do that? Are you going to taunt somebody? No, I'm not going to do that. So you won't see me doing this on Mitch's channel. You won't see me using that J word on Mitch's channel. I'm not going to do it. That's just the way I am. I respect the views of other people. How did our members live in Thursday? That's a good question. Just had dinner. Happy you're still here. Nice. Yes, it is allowed here. You can talk about the Lord all you want on my channel. And if you like people to talk about the Lord, I have a couple of subscribers you might want to check out. One of them, who's also a carnivore, he calls himself the Cornerstone Today. His name is Matthew. So if you like religious talk, he has religious lives all the time. Why don't you check him out? That's what I would do. Try to find the people that like that stuff. He's got his ears full for sure. Yes, we're all busy. Yes, we are. Except for me right now. It's good to be talked about rather than not to be talked about at all. Okay? You type that word. Mitch is trolling your channel, Rick Block. I am not going to block Mitch ever. I can guarantee that. No. It's not him. So that one is not. But the other one is. Spit my coffee. Any publicity is better than no publicity. That's probably true. And let's see. Not a Ray, so true like a celeb. If we were the OGC, if we're the OGC, he'd answer. Well, it might be. I think this is a real Mitch. What do you file? Iguana or prey? No, I file it under D for delicious. Delicious. I love iguana. I bet everybody wants to see that iguana again. But my phone died. So I can't show you the iguana again. But you can always rewind. Hi, Against the Rain. How about this? Is this a good enough answer for you? All right. Can't wait to see the Avenger aiming Meiji. Well, that's fine. The creeping sign. Yeah. I told you that I would keep you updated. I'm running a small local 5K tomorrow. All right. Having a race. That's good. Yep, definitely poser. I think it's a real Mitch. I have my feeling. It's like when the real Carrie popped in and I thought it was a fake Carrie. It turned out to be the real Carrie. Then I had a fake Carrie and that turned into a battle. I do not want to have another carnivore battle royale. No. And you notice how I have not said anything about the Healing Humanity movie for a while now. Because that matter has been resolved. Let's see what happens if I make it to Hack Your Health, which I really intend to, even if I have to walk there. If I make it there, who's going to come up and say hello? The usual people, well, I'm sure my subscribers, if they see me and they happen to be there, they're going to be real happy. I know Russ will, because he's already met me. He's not afraid of me. Dr. Kiltz, I know he's going to say hi. I think Dr. Baker will say hi. I have a feeling, because he always says hi to me when I'm in the live chat. I don't know if Dr. Chafee's going to be there, but if he is, I'm sure he'll say hi as well. And I get to experience what a real carnivore looks like, with the big muscles that attracts women. Not the carnivore that looks like a vegan that scares everybody away. I'm so skinny, I could be a raw vegan. Yes, I could. Well, a 30-year-old raw vegan, that is. All right, good luck tomorrow. Yes, yes, I hope that you do well in your run. It's a run, not a ride. And then click on our names to open our channels. Yes, that's what I do. We have to respect each other, right? Yep, that's right. Respect is earned, not given, due to difficulties in life. I agree. I agree 100%. And I know that you are doing your very best. The problem is you're dealing with people that are out there that are not. What can you do? It's hard not to get frustrated. I don't pray to beat other people for the win, to do my very best. There you go. Channel owners will end up with the people they want there ultimately. A chat full of heathens can be a fun place, like a saloon. Right? That is very true. And I will. What do you 24 Friday run? Do your best. Let's go. I will, Rick, of course. I am not going, but I will. Okay. Nothing different than usual. Have a few pieces of bacon before the race. I'm feeling 0 carb runner. Yes. You should post a poll as to whether or not we think you will go to the Hack Your Health community. Well, I would hope it'd be 100%. Are you a hugger, Rick? To Milton? Yes, I am. I love my little Milton. Thanks, T-Pain. I love the support I have here. Well, there you go. So I've caught up with the comments. I may not be the ultimate carnivore influencer, but I always catch up with my comments. So let's see how many people we still have on the channel. I see that Mitch was here. Whether, let's see, Carnivore Mitch, 6 subscribers. Wow. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. Maybe it's a backup channel. All right, let me see what we have. We have 31 watching now. Very nice, very nice. But remember, it's 1 o'clock, 2:30, we have another live. We need to eat lunch. I need to eat lunch. I think Mr. Iguana is going to get a little bit of a reprieve. He may not be dinner. He may not be lunch. He may be dinner because the pork shoulder has thawed out pretty nicely. I mean, look at this thing. It's ready to cut up. I'm sure the center of it is still hard, but I'll cut the plastic and I'll cut around the outside of it. And then I'll put this in a pot to boil. I'll boil this for like 15 minutes or whatever until it gets 120 degrees or whatever it is inside, so there's no parasites or bacteria. And then I'll eat this with some sauerkraut. So you can take away my carnivore diplomatic immunity if you want. Okay, are you a hugger, Sandy Blight? I would give you all a big hug if I see you, saw you. You heathen, you fish-eyed fool. Aunt Esther from Sanford and Son. Yep, that's right. He's a heathen. Oh, this is a big one. I'm coming to join you, honey. 10 a.m. here. Oh, there we go. Your video is going to be epic. Well, I appreciate that. I have to go. I will see you all later doing some studying. There you go. Well, thanks for being here, Thomas, and I'll catch you later on your live. I'm a big hugger. My sister is not. Careful who you hug. Rick's video will be an important one. I think it will be amazing. Well, I appreciate that. It was good to see you again. Yes, it was. I figured so. Okay. So anyway, I hope everybody is getting ready for a delicious lunch, unless you're on one of those one meal a day, in case it might be your one meal a day, or it might be something else. Now, I have things I need to do. I need to email Julia with information so I can get that other computer and maybe fix my problems. And then I also have to send my old pictures to Amy so she can get to work doing her stuff there. 10 a.m. I said by half hour. There you go. All right. So anyway, let's see what we have here in terms of themes and stuff. Let me double check here. I forgot what I picked up. Is it going out music? Oh, okay. What do we have here? We have a music folder which is empty. Alright. Not good. I will figure this out eventually. Oh, here we go. Huh. Okay. Huh. There we go. Alright. How loud is that? There we go. We can get fancy around here. Alright. Okay. Watch the Iron Iron Duckman vid. Uh-oh. It's a quack, I'll tell you. That guy is a quack. All kinds of stuff here. Oh, that's fine. I doubt that too many people would want to get that close anyway. It would be like hugging Lurch on the Addams Family. You're right. I have not seen it yet. No, I have not. He mentioned it, but I've been on live, so I haven't been able to see it. Okay. All right. From the YouTube library, there we go. Where is the rest of that music? Selfies with me. I hope they have a shatterproof lens. Appreciate you, Rick. Nice hanging out with you. Everybody this morning, enjoy that big lizard later. I'm not going to let my lizard loose. My lizard is going in the kitchen. And it's like somebody said, sizzle that lizard. That is right. Is that like Lizzo? No, that's too fat for my taste. Lizard. Yeah, lizards are lean. That's a good thing. So anyway, let's see. I don't know what happened to that music I picked, which I can't find. Oh, it's here somewhere. I'll figure it out eventually. A new computer, hopefully this will all be organized in a way that I don't have to go looking for it, and it will actually work, which would be super nice. Let's see here. Wow. Oh well. What we got in here? Alright, there we are. Hey, there's the man. There's Matthew. So if you want to catch a YouTube channel where Jesus is spoken often, that's the channel you want to check out. That's really nice. That lizard is very close to me right now. Well, don't worry. There are multiple file drawers that he can move to. So he can move up and down in the file cabinet. The lizard. Thanks for the fun entertainment today, Rick. Enjoy. Well, thank you. Fun chat really helped me after all my mom events this morning. Thanks for all of you, especially Rick, for being there for us. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad that I can brighten someone's day with a little excitement. And if you like lizards, this is the place to go. And, you know, if you want a pet lizard, come on down and grab it. Let's see, I'm laughing too hard. And Matthew says, hanging out in Lowe's, getting paint for the closet, watching you. Well, that's awesome. We're just wrapping up. But anyway, I mentioned you earlier, as I often do, so that's good. And I guess this theme, I don't know if you can hear the music in the background. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let me pull up the YouTube channel and see what I sound like. Hold on. Come on. Go. Okay, there we are. All right, let me close that. I think all the laughing just added another year to my life. Well, I hope so. I like that. Okay. All right. I think all this laughing is just adding a year to my life. It's like taking a chill pill here. Love your videos, Rick. I learned a lot about iguanas today that I have wanted to ask for a long time. Well, there you go. I'm glad to teach you something. I have the only channel where you can learn about iguanas and ducks and how to catch and cook them. Because you're not going to find that on any of the really high-end carnivore channels. Can iguana be filed? Yeah, right? Like Tim Conway on Carol Burnett. Mrs. Wiggins, the pencil sharpener wiggling the rear end. Remember Carol Burnett had that funny thing? So, the file cabinet. We all know they can be filed now. But the question is, what letter do you put them under? If you're an experienced iguana connoisseur like me, you select the best, you put it under D for delicious. You know, I should make a short video. What should you file an iguana under? Should it be filed under I for iguana? Should it be filed under L for lizard? Or should it be filed under D for delicious? Delicious iguana. Love iguana. What about duck? Well, that's a problem because duck is also delicious. So you could use the same drawer for both, for iguana and duck. You simply put a D in there and that's it. We all know they can be filed now. Like, do they bite and hang on and cause infections? Yes, they do. And when are we going to learn how to clean and cook them? And if they can be filed? Well, iguana cooking video coming soon. I have my special iguana tool, which I will show you. Let me get it for you. Iguana time. It's iguana time. Here it is. These are essential tools for preparing your iguana. First of all, this is for dispatching the iguana. You simply, down like this, right through the head. And then, for cutting up your iguana, you have this. Now you'll notice it has a few little chunks taken out of it from hitting the bones. So this is an old one, but you have to kind of, So we have two vintage iguana cooking tools ready to go. Needs a bit of sharpening, but iguana will be ready. Yes, delicious iguana. Now I know some people are going to criticize me. Oh, Rick, you're terrible. You're a terrible person. Oh, how can you do that? Oh, you hate animals, huh? No, I don't hate animals. I mean, come on. Seriously. If you're a carnivore, you should know at least how to prepare something. At least know how to go fishing. I mean, come on. You need to go fishing. And by the way, this is not a real knife. It's a cleaver. I'll show you a knife. Keep one in there all the time. All right, where's that knife? That's not a knife. That's a knife. Oh. That's not a knife. That's a knife. There you go. When you got something big, like you have a chuck roll or whatever you need to cut up, this is the one that you use. So, that's it. This is not very effective because you're not going to be able to get through the iguana's head with this. But this, and you can see the tip is broken off, so I need to replace this one. I got others. But I broke this one off probably because I got the iguana and it got stuck in the stump. You grab the iguana by the tail. You put its head down. When the iguana's, if it gets a hold of it with its claws, that's good. You hold the tail and then you just go boom like that. You get it right through the top of the head. And the iguana is out like a light. And then this is what you use to chop through the bones. Now, so you want to cut off the tail, use this. You know, whack, whack, whack. And that's it. But again, I use the old one because look at how it gets damaged. This is all stuff that I found in the trash. So, but it also, when you have a duck, it's the same thing when you're gutting the duck. This is a great knife for gutting the duck because you can cut out the rear and you get in there and you don't want to poke the intestines. When the head is off, you want to pull the guts out through the back and then stick a hose in there and that'll flush it all out of there. So that's it. But anyway, also you'll notice that my knife is covered in lard. See how it's like got lard on it? Why is there lard on my knife? Because it prevents corrosion. This is not a stainless steel knife. It's actually a regular steel knife. You can see there is a little bit of rust on it. I've been able to preserve this by using lard. Lard is very, very, very good. Okay. This one is supposed to be stainless steel, but it has some kind of corrosion on it. Oh well. I need to find my knife sharpener. That's the thing. Anyway, I'm sure I got a lot of comments from this stuff. Okay, we got a bunch of comments now. Are we wrapping up? I hope so. I'm laughing too much, I can't even type now. That's a video cooking one. I have several videos cooking iguana. There'll be a strange sequel to this wild iguana. Essential tools for dispatching an iguana. Found someone in Key West I wanted to know from someone like Rick who would want to know even though I have Googled the questions a long time ago. Okay, Key West, that's right. Thank you for hosting this, Rick. And thank you for the conversation, chat, and friends. Well, thank you for being here. My conversation is only as good as the people that join in. Oh my God, now let's, yes, that is a knife. That's definite, nope, not that one. That one, that's a knife. Have a good day. This was so fun today, yes. And by the way, for the garden, we have one of these. You've seen me out there with this taking on the banana plants and the weeds. It's great for chopping it up. It's got a side for cutting through wood and a side for, you know, chopping it up. This is not good for iguanas. It's not that sharp. And if you hit them on the head, you're not going to cut through it. So this is a gardening tool. This is not for cooking. All right, so gardening tool, not cooking. Ellen, we love you. Yes. We love seeing you more often. We all adore you. That is correct, and we're glad that you're here. Hang in there with your mom. To it, Ricks, we get talk and action. I love it. That's right. It's an adventure. Maybe I need a filing cabinet. Why does Rick look so natural with that knife? Good luck on your 5K. Yes. You do it outside? Yes. I told you I do it on a stump. And I only wear underwear because I don't want to get blood all over my clothes. Sometimes when you hit the iguana, it squirts up at you. So you have to be sort of careful. I need to quit watching Snapped. Okay. Do you eat the tail? What parts do you eat? Legs and tail. And on a bigger iguana, the body has meat on it too. Smaller iguana, legs and tail. Very delicious. No, not in the file drawer. On the stump outside. You have me dying here. Wow, with that knife. It's high in your head. It reminds me of the movie Psycho, the shower scene. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'm dying here. It's just too funny and warped at the same time. What's wrong with all of us? How often do you eat iguana? Whenever I can find them. Whenever I can find them. Guilt really on his life. Rick and do how to use a hunting knife, catch and kill, clickbait video. It's the microphone. It's a mess. Don't worry, we're gonna fix that. It's a computer. It's these stupid little interface chips. You know, this USB crap. It went bad. I don't know what happened. We'll get it. All right. So why put you through any more sound quality? I have stuff to do. I have a pork shoulder to cut up, and later on, I have an iguana to cut up. So we're going to do that. This knife needs sharpening. Anyway, I'm glad that you were here. I see that we have about 24 people watching. So let's wrap this up while things are still good. And hopefully by next week, I will have good sound quality. Now, if you're missing me, you say, oh, I've got to have my daily dose of Rick, keep an eye out for Ride and Talks. And also, next Tuesday at 7 p.m., I'm having my second interview with our friend, and I don't know if you're familiar with this channel, but his channel is called Wick Goes Carnivore. His name is Brian Nowicki. He interviewed me over 2 years ago in the early days when people were interviewing me. He's going to interview me again. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. He's given me a list of questions, and I need to put this down before I end up going out and killing an iguana right now. So this is probably safe. Got the cleaver. When you're a carnivore, these are very essential to have. So don't skimp on the cutlery. You want to make sure that you have it. All right. Sound is good now, I think. Thanks, Rick. Bye, all. Thank you. Goodbye. And Terry Sue, goodbye. This was a real shot in the arm today. I'm so happy. I'm glad that I can cheer you up. And again, keep an eye out. Tuesday night, I'll be there. And have a great day. I have another race next Saturday, but I will be here as soon as it's over. Yes, have stuff to do also. It was fun and informative. Give Milton a big hug. Milton, I guess when he saw the knives, he probably got scared and ran away. But he's on the bed sleeping. And don't worry, Milton is safe. And when I have pets, even if they're ducks, they're always safe because I love my pets and I would never eat them. Chilling with Rick, yes. Bye, Quacks. And I will see you next week. And hopefully later today, I'll be putt-putting around the yard in my little Bobcat. So have a great day. I'll catch you later.